We'd like to welcome everyone out to the Highland City Council meeting here on July 15th, 2025. We'll begin our meeting by having an invocation by Councilmember Ron Campbell, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilmember Brittany Beals.
Our dear Father in heaven, Father, we're grateful for the many blessings we have. We're grateful for this city and the land that we live in, for the beauty and the governance that we are part of in our little city here. We ask for thy blessings to be with us. Help us to be sensitive to the discussions and the decisions that we make, that they will be pleasing unto thee and be representative of our community. We ask for these blessings humbly and do so in the name of our Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We want to welcome everyone out tonight. We do have time set apart for what's called unscheduled public appearances. We'd like to invite anyone that'd like to come up. Looking on the agenda, we do not have any public hearings, so if you're here on any item, even if it's on the agenda, we invite you to come up at this time. So if you'll please state your name and keep your comments to 3 minutes, we'll now at this time open up for unscheduled public appearances.
All right. My name's Brock Bean, and I have several issues, so I've had to type this out because I tend to be long-worded, and 3 minutes to cover the issues that I need to cover is not very much. But my family and I, we've lived in the Dry Creek area for about 4 years now, and there's a few issues that I need to address. That our home, it backs up to Highland Boulevard, and the first issue I have is that the city's irrigation system is causing water to run directly onto my property, and I've been trying to build a retaining wall for a year now, and I haven't been able to do that because I haven't been able to get the wall, the dirt behind the wall to dry out. And I've done everything I can figure out to do on how to figure out where the water's coming from, and it's been determined that the water seems to be coming from the city irrigation system. In addition to that, we're in the middle of a drought, and where I'm getting excess water, there's dead grass everywhere, and then we tend to be watering the Highland Boulevard as well. So not only is that not a good use of our resources, but it's really hard to keep my car clean. Second, the truck traffic on Highland Boulevard, in at least 3 areas, there's posted signage saying no use of engine brakes or Jake brakes. And maybe it's because my house backs up to Highland Boulevard, but it starts at about 6:45 in the morning. And I heard you mentioning that you were a little ornery today.
I am.
I'm pretty ornery too when I get woken up every morning by a Jake brake at 6:45 in the morning. So we're not enforcing that regulation, and it does us no good to have rules in the city if we don't enforce them. But in addition to not enforcing it, it is just really frustrating to get woken up to that every morning. In addition, those trucks that come over, and it doesn't seem like the city of Highland's aware of this, but the city of Draper has a regulation where any truck over 18,000 pounds that goes up East Traverse Ridge has to come down the Highland side. So in the 4 years that I've lived here, I have seen the truck traffic increase exponentially. It is just a constant downflow of these trucks running their Jake brakes all day long. They're tearing up our roads, and we are getting no revenue from the activities that they're doing. So that needs to be addressed. In addition, because of the size and frequency of the trucks, in addition to the water that's being put on the street, the roads are degrading at an excessive amount. And then if you look at where Highland Boulevard meets SR 92, there's what they call asphalt push. From the weight of the trucks and the heat, the asphalt will actually re-soften. And so as they hit that with their brakes, it's pushing. And so you're getting a roll that develops. And if any of you live or ever are on that road, you'll see the result of that. So I guess in summary, we need to fix the water problem, and we need to fix the trucking problem.
Brock, I appreciate you coming. I want to just kind of, on the irrigation, if I could have Chris Trusty, our city engineer, if Chris, if you could work with Brock just to make sure we know exactly where that water situation, he mentioned is he's went and got a skid steer, he's getting still a lot of water in his area, so there's something going on with our sprinklers there. The other thing is, Chris, if you'll help, he brought up a comment about and council, help me if you've heard this indifferently. What I heard you say is if the trucks are up in the Suncrest area, they cannot go down the D grade over in the Draper. They got to come down to
That's correct.
the Highland Boulevard. Would you mind, Chris, also following up with that to make sure why would that be the situation and what, if that's a correct statement?
Yeah, I've heard that statement as well. So I believe they have something posted because it's so steep trying to go back.
So
to the north.
they if they're up in the Suncrest area, they cannot go back down the grade.
I'll check into it, but I have heard that same
Yeah, it's
statement.
any truck that's over 18,000 pounds, which
Okay,
is not very much.
And Brock, I thought you had kind of a paper, maybe the Draper. If you wouldn't make,
I sure
if he could get a
Yep.
copy of that, that'd be appreciative. Any other questions you have for Brock, council, or anything that way?
It's just very distressing because I've heard that and never thought to really check it out, and we should have. The bottom line, if that's true, I can imagine if it's steeper that there might be some regulation they could tie it to that would mandate it. But if not, we need to talk to Draper and say, let's cooperate here and get our fair share of the trucks to come up your area, up to your side. They need to go down your side.
So we actually have an item number 7B talking about Highland Boulevard on our agenda. So maybe we can kind of discuss that a little bit more at that agenda item. So any other questions before we, Scott, would you like to?
So I agree with Ron and yourself. I think we need to talk to Draper, but at the same time, I think we ought to put a toll booth up there for trucks.
Okay, so
Maybe they wouldn't be
have
so
an active
tempted to come this
conversation
way.
about putting a toll
Can I
booth
make
on
just
it.
one comment? If I could just make one comment, it's not just the weight of the trucks, it's also the noise pollution, because you can go down a grade. I'm not sure what the percent grade is of that, and that's part of the reason why you have Jake brakes, which is an engine brake that helps the truck stop more than just on the actual brake pad itself. And so we're getting double whammied. We're getting the noise pollution and the
Brock, thank you for bringing this to our attention.
and I've got
Hey,
pictures and evidence of all that.
Hey, if you'll just make sure, Chris Trustee will help you with some of the irrigation, and if we can get verification back on some of this break things, that'd be appreciated. Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, sir. Would you mind stating your name one more time for me?
It's our city recorder
Right over
over
here.
It's Brock Bean.
Brock, what was your last name?
Bean, B-E-A-N.
Thank you.
in the Dry Creek subdivision. So, anyone else like to come up and address the council?
It's Liz Rice, and I really appreciate everything you guys do. This first one is probably really silly, but we've got some new neighbors that came in from out of state, and I don't think they know how to hook up their irrigation from a well. I don't know if you guys do that or instruct them how, but they're losing their lawn. Anyway, I can talk to you afterwards. What I'm really here for is, I know that you guys have got $100 grants for new landscaping or zero landscaping on newer construction. And I would really love to see it, and I don't know how to go about this. I've written my fair share of grants in my life. If somebody will point me in the right direction, I would love to do it. But for more established homes like mine, it's 26, 27 years old now, I got a bid on Zeroscape for the park strip. And they would cap off the water, put down the black stuff, whatever that is, put down rock, $4,200. $100 isn't going to do anything on that. But it's the more, and I know that's where I'm losing most of my water. And I've been very, very self-conscious about trying to save that and not overwatering and making sure I water at night. As I drove here tonight, there are 3 residents that have their water on right now in 92 degree weather. And I don't know, I saw the newsletter, and I know you guys are encouraging them to not water, but the evaporation rate is so great right now. But that grant would really help somebody like me I can't afford $4,200, and that was the lowest bid. The other one was closer to $5,000. So, thank you.
Thank you, Liz.
Along those lines, we had talked about basically the rip or strip ordinance. Aaron, is that something that we're still planning to follow up on and bring back to council?
I'm interested in pursuing that.
So what Doug is talking about is the Flip the Strip program. Essentially, the city needs to adhere to certain regulations when it comes to landscaping, and if we do put that into our codes and ordinances, then we qualify, or our residents qualify, for a higher amount of grant in order to flip your strip. And so a couple of years ago, we discussed it and we decided not to do it, just because we didn't know if we wanted to mandate people to do a certain percentage. But with recent drought conditions, I think that was something we were thinking of bringing back in order to then enable that grant to
And
be
that's
available.
up to $3 per square foot.
It was.
And that's up to $3 per square foot.
And I remember when you did that, and I remember why, that it was too restrictive and whatnot, but I know it's between a rock and a hard place, but $4,200 just to do the park strip, that's a lot of money to me.
So my understanding is we talked about it as a council. We went and looked at what the direction was to go out and look at other cities, and so we still have it on our agenda to come back as we've gathered what other cities have done. We turned it down, like you said, because we thought it was too onerous on the residents on what the percentage they had to go do the zero-scape on that. But we're supposed to bring that back still for a discussion.
Yeah, it wasn't the park strip issue so much, it was
The front.
all the landscape.
Yeah.
All the
All
front
landscape.
area they had
Yeah.
to do.
Well, and I'm just talking park strip because that's where I'm losing my water. And I've been really careful with, the heads, and I've learned how to do it myself, and then I have somebody I call in when I can't handle it, but it's expensive.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's go. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, we will now go on to our first, we have two presentations tonight. We have the first presentation, number 2A. We will move to after 2B if the gentleman, Ben, is able to show up in time. So at this time, we're going to now move to number 2B, which is an update to the Canyon Water. We'll invite Ernie Johns, who's with the North Utah County Water Conservancy. Are you
Water
coordinator?
Yeah.
And I'm going to ask the very first question, because Ernie, you're not with Northern Utah County Water Conservancy District. There, you are hired by
Highland City.
or American Fork Irrigation.
I work for American Fork Irrigation, but my title is North Utah County Water Coordinator. Basically, as it's surface water in North Utah County, I've got my fingers in it. And I manage the American Fork Canyon drainage. And I deliver to 3 irrigation companies, American Fork, Lehigh, and Pleasant Grove. I'm president of American Fork Irrigation. And then to 5 cities throughout that. And so the cities coordinate, and they help pay for my position, the cities and the irrigation company. So everybody's got a piece of it. So I do work for you. And the largest irrigation company in terms of the amount of water owned at American Fork Canyon, at the mouth of the canyon, is American Fork Irrigation. And of that, Highland City owns 25% of American Fork Irrigation's water. So you've got a big, between Highland and American Fork City, that's 75% of the water in the city's hands. There's only 25% left in individual hands.
So can I make a comment?
Yep, go ahead,
So
Scott.
in your spare time, you're on the American Fork City Council, and he's also chairman of the North Point Transfer Station, the garbage. So
That is a city council assignment, and so I sit on that council with Scott, and then I also sit on the 911 board with Brittany. So yeah, it's kind of busy. I gave up scouting and American Fork Marching Band, and I guess I had to have something else to do.
So it was interesting, you just mentioned, so it appears based off your numbers, of American Fork Irrigation, you mentioned Highland was 25%. Based off your comment, I assume that means American Fork City
It's
is
50.
50%.
Yep.
And then you have outstanding shareholders of 25, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So I would recommend you look at that Rip to Strip program just for park strips, because it does work. We did go ahead, and I worked with American Fork before I was on the council, so that we could qualify for that Rip to Strip. And yeah, you got to have grass growing, and you got to have some things, but it really helps on big park strips. And I have a saying that I didn't come up with it. It was taught to me that if the only time you touch your grass is when you mow it, it probably shouldn't be grass. So, and I am not a total zero-scape person. I like xeriscape. Native plants, the rocks and the native plants, it's a really nice combination that gives us the greenery, that helps with the temperatures, but yet we're not having to water so much. So I want to talk to you about water. I brought you a couple, rather than just put it up on the screen, I brought you a couple pieces of paper. Let's start with the U.S. Drought Monitor. We were doing really good this year. 15th of March, we actually were 103% of normal. So I thought we were going to have a really good year. And I didn't bring the drought monitor for then, but we were not in a drought. There was one little chunk of San Juan County that was in a drought. The rest of Utah was great. It pretty much quit raining and quit snowing up on the mountains about the 25th of March, and then it got warm. And if you remember that warm stretch we had in the end of March and 1st April, it melted a lot of our low snow, what we call the mid-level snow, so below 8,000 feet. If it was south-facing, it was gone before we turned our pressurized irrigation on. So that water eventually ended up in the Great Salt Lake, but we didn't get it for our irrigation. So we're truly looking at about probably a 65% year when this year shakes out in terms of drought water coming out of American Fork Canyon. The good news is we started this year with all of our reservoirs at 100%. Utah Lake was 101, which doesn't affect us, but in actuality it does, because if Utah Lake's full, that allows Jordan Valley and Salt Lake to be able to use that water, and they pull less out of Deer Creek and Jordanelle. Deer Creek and Jordanelle were completely full also. We were at 100% across the board, 99%. So we were in great shape. There was an article on the Deseret News, and I didn't bring the link. I can send it to Chris Trusty if you'd like. We are pulling as a state more water than we've ever pulled in our history in terms of putting water on the ground. Our reservoirs are full, but we're using that at unprecedented rate. And Laura Briefer, who I work with, she's the Salt Lake County, over Salt Lake County Water. She made a comment, and she called it drought fatigue or conservation fatigue. You know, we've been doing really good. I work with Jeff Murdoch, who's your Assistant Public Works Director. He and I probably talk 2 or 3 times a day on average. And both Highland and American Fork has been doing really good on conservation up until this year. I mean, we were growing a little bit, and yet our water use over the past 3 years has been going down. So we were all feeling really good. This year, it's just skyrocketed for all of us. And I think our residents are getting tired, for one. They're tired of hearing it. And we went into this year early thinking we were in good shape. They see Deer Creek full. They're out there playing. We really need to conserve. We're at that point where we've got the water, but as water managers, we like what we call holdover water. And that's near and dear to Chris's heart, because if we have water in Jordanelle that we don't use this year, we got to save it for next year if it's a worse year, or even the year after that. Yes, Scott.
So, Ernie, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
So, I have a patient who's in the kind of the hierarchy, the CUP. He says one of the stresses they're experiencing is there's been so much political demand to put water in the Great Salt Lake that he feels like there's pressure to drain the reservoirs to do that. Is that true or not?
I'm not seeing that pressure right now. I'm seeing the water. We're putting the water on the ground.
So why is Utah Lake totally full?
It's not quite. It's going down now. The reason it was totally full is because we had enough snowpack over the preceding 2 years to fill Utah Lake clear up to the compromise level. So we were in good shape. Are they pulling some of that water to the Great Salt Lake? Yeah, they are. But they're not pulling our Deer Creek water when our Jordanelle, which is what we can use here in North Utah County.
Right.
That's our water. We own our share of it, and they're not pulling it. They're not taking it from us. Now, part of my job is I'm up on Capitol Hill every year, and I get, American Fork Irrigation Company pays a consultant to watch all the water bills, and I sit down with them and I'll go testify on Capitol Hill. If they're good, if they're bad, I'll do both of that. And so that's part of what my job is to watch out for our water. And the legislature have tried to make some grabs, Scott. And so far we've been able to do this and say, you can't just take our water. So there's a lot of pressure, but they aren't taking it yet. We just need to keep our eye on them.
Okay.
So that's all I have to say. One more, the next one. If you look at the next one, this one is really, really interesting.
Now, do we have these documents?
Yes, you do. You should have. So This was the U.S. Drought Monitor.
No, I know we do. I'm just making sure our recorder has it.
Yes, Stephanie made the copy, so she's got them also. The second one I wanted to give you is American Fork River Discharge. And the reason I'm giving them to you is so you can look at them, it's easier than just throwing them up on a screen and then walking away. I know I don't like that when that's all I get. So this is the flows at the American Fork River for almost 100 years. We have a gauge station up there that has been there since 1928. So we've got really good records of our water flows. So I can give you up to date where we are. Now, if you look up in there, you'll see on the very top at 2005, 2010, the gauge station was down. So we had to estimate those years on snowpack. This is a report that we produce. And Jeff Murdoch gets this about every other month. And if it's tight, he gets one every month. And if you look at the 2 preceding years, look all the way to the right. So that red line is average for the last almost 100 years. If you look at the 2 preceding years we've had some great years. But if you look at this year, we're not doing so well. So we're going to end up about 60% of our normal average snowpack. And so I just recommend that you talk to your residents about conservation. And anything I can do to help, please let me know.
Yeah. Can I ask another question?
Yes, Scott.
So you're on the Council of American Fork.
Yes.
And, we've had some discussion earlier because a lot of our park strips and parks have been pretty dry. I was walking around the Art Dye Park, and I know it's Steel Days this week.
Yep.
And it's wonderfully green, okay? And the golf course, which I think American Fork kind of runs now, is wonderfully green. So what is American Fork doing to help conserve water?
Okay, Art Dye Park is our #1 park, Scott.
Right, I understand that, and I'm not being critical.
In terms of use,
I'm
but
just saying,
so
what
I
do you
talked
do?
to our head of our parks department, and I learned something that I didn't know. Most of our parks, if you look at our other parks, they look like. And by the way, I want to commend Chris's group and your parks group. Josh is doing a phenomenal job. You've got dry spots, and that's really good. The parks the ballparks that get played on, we have to keep them damp or more. We have to water them more, because if you've got somebody in an outfield in cleats and you're really dry, your knee and ankle injuries go way up. So if you look at Art Dye, you're right, it's green and wet. If you look at the others, they all look like your parks. We've got a lot of dry spots. That one, because it's an athletic and because we have all that, yeah, we keep that one green. I didn't know that until probably 6 months ago, Scott.
Yeah, I've been watching it.
Yeah, no, but I asked.
And I walk down there all the time.
Yeah,
It's
and
beautiful.
I didn't know. So when I get the report that publishes how much is being used, I ask. Fox Hollow is owned by American Fork, Lehigh, and Pleasant Grove jointly. I'm actually working with some water agreements with the other 2 cities to see how we do things. They do have the ability that when the river is running, when we're running water down the river, they can pump excess water that is part of our water rights, and they can pump it right from there. So once the river dries up, and when the river dries up, I do that. What that means is I take all the water that's coming out of the mouth of the canyon, and if it drops below the level that you guys, American Fork, that everybody needs to supply them at 100%, then basically I dry the river up from the mouth of the canyon and it goes into the irrigation systems 100%. And so this year we did okay early on, but then I had to dry it up earlier than normal because we just didn't have the water.
So are you still supplying enough irrigation water for the other companies?
No. Meaning every one of us is bringing in water from Deer Creek, CUP water, the Murdoch pipeline. There's various types of water that we're all bringing in. Highland's doing it, American Fork's doing it, Pleasant Grove's. We're all bringing in water from other sources because we don't have enough out of the canyon to meet our needs.
So can I ask Chris, are the new pumps on 6000 West, are they working? That we're taking water out of the Murdoch Canal?
No, they're not working yet.
How long is that going to take?
We are still probably about at the end of the month.
End of the
before we have
month?
those up.
But you've also got 2 other points,
Yeah.
Scott, out of the Murdoch Canal that you're pulling water today.
Yeah, but we've got the new pumps. It's
Right, you
supposed
got
to
the new
bring a
pumps,
lot
you
of
got the
water
new station over
in.
there,
Yeah,
yep.
brand new station.
Yep, and that will help. But yeah, that 6,000 will be 4, right? You'll have 4 points.
That's correct.
4 points
that's
to
correct.
tap
Yeah.
the Murdoch, yeah.
So Ernie, up at the mouth, so we built the rear. I take it the new facility's working good?
It's 50%. If you look at it, it looks like 100%. I'm actually running it manually. All the electronics aren't installed. All the gates and everything were 29-week lead time. So after this irrigation season shuts down in October, the contractor's going to come back in. We're going to do all the electronics. And then when they're done, I will be running it from an iPad. Right now, I'm up there at 2 o'clock in the morning turning gates, because if I see American Fork starting to spill, I'll look at Highlands Pond. And if Highlands needs water or if Cedar Hills needs water, at 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm jumping that water around, because in my job, my day job as a water manager is, if it goes down the river, we waste it. So I try to make sure everybody, if anybody's got excess, I'm moving it around at nighttime.
And we appreciate it. I've always heard that there's almost every morning, it's like a stockbroker thing. Everyone's trading water.
Everybody's
put water here, put water over here. You know,
You're exactly right. And there's times when I will call Tayson, your water guy, at 2 o'clock in the morning and say, hey, we've got an issue. I've seen it up there. Or can I take water, or do we need water? Yeah, we're just used to that. If we're water guys, we talk 24 hours a day. Nobody wants my job. When I retire, I don't know what we're going to do.
So I guess you brought that up. So what's the anticipation there?
So actually, my job also is to work myself out of a job. So once I do retire, and it's a few years away, I'm not in any great hurry. With the WEIR as part of that process, then I'll be able to turn it over to American Fork City, and they'll have a person hired, and they'll do the same thing. They'll coordinate with all the water managers here in North Utah County from those 5 cities.
Now, you said city, because this is the maybe American Fork Irrigation Company. Is that ran by the city, or is that a separate board?
It's a separate board, but truthfully, we're not going to find anybody that wants my job. I'm out there from April 15th to October 15th. I don't get a vacation. I don't get to leave the north end of the county. I snowbird. When I got a meeting there, I'll go there, and sometimes I'll go to Provo, but that's it. I can't leave the north end because I got to be here. The idea is the irrigation company will hire the city for that position, and it'll be just like you guys. They'll have a specific position, but then the on-call guys can take it so that they can trade, so nobody's on call for 6 months.
So now we also have there at the mouth of the canyon, Central Utah Water has purchased the gravel pit.
Correct.
And the anticipation is that when we have excess water, is it mainly spring, or whenever will you be dumping water into the gravel pit for a recharge area? Or?
Yeah, so that is an approved recharge area on the plan that I think I helped Richard Noble present that to this council in 2009 or maybe 2010. Central Utah didn't buy it just for them. They're part of North Utah County Aquifer Council, which meets in this building, in this room, quarterly, and all of us will be able to utilize that. So short answer is yes. This winter, I'll be running phase 2 of a pilot program, and I'll be running water to the gravel pit, and we're seeing how much water will go into the ground. And then we've got probably another 5 years of testing and engineering before we get ready. Then when it's ready to be shut down, I think we might be as much of a decade away. I hope we're not quite that long before we start to utilize it. But yes, during high water. So then if there's excess water that I'm not giving to the cities that is within our water rights, for American Fork Irrigation, 25% of that water we put in the ground, Highland City can then say, go to the state and say, okay, 25, they won't give us 100%. If we put 100% in the water in the ground, they might give us 60%. But of that, whatever's left, if it was American Fork Irrigation, Highland gets credited again for that water. So it's a long-term project. I've been working on it for over a decade.
So maybe I'm a little confused. So you're saying if you put water in that recharge area, it gives us extra groundwater we can get out?
Yes. Not only does it give us extra we can get out, if we don't do groundwater recharge, we're all fine. Our kids are probably fine. Our grandkids aren't. If we don't do groundwater recharge, we now have a database. So we re-energized Utah County Aquifer Council before Mayor Thompson was mayor. And I was on that board, and Mayor Thompson and Jay Chadfield asked me to go on that board, and I chaired that for 5 years. And we kind of re-energized it. It wasn't working. And all the counties here in North Utah County are working together. So half of that money that Central Utah spent was federal money from COVID money when they bought the gravel pit. So we're all going to be able to use it. It's going to cost us money to use it, but we're going to be able to use it, and we are going to be the major beneficiaries, as in owning the irrigation companies, because the excess water is not pumped, it's ground fed right into there, and then we will be able to use that against our drinking water credit. Highland will be able to credit that against your account.
So,
But it's not quick.
So I'd like to make a comment and then ask a question, if that'd be okay. So 2 years ago, you were working 24/7 to keep us from flooding.
Yes.
So, I mean, it varies from year to year, and obviously this is a drier
look
year.
at the chart. That'll
Look at
tell
the chart, it's
you,
crazy.
that'll tell
And
you what I do.
I just wanted to express our appreciation for all you did then, because
Thank
that
you,
was
Scott.
a scary time, and we had a lot of high water. And I've lived in Highland 36 and a half years, and I think we've had 3 or 4 seasons where there's been some pretty high water. And obviously things melted quick. It's an unusual year this year. The question I've had, and I'd like the Central Utah Water Project to come and explain this recharging, because I'd like to know how it works, because we have some nice neighborhoods that are right there. In fact, one of the residents that lives right there. And I'm just wondering how you recharge the groundwater without flooding people's basements. And I'd just like to know the process of doing that, because we don't want to recharge people's nicely furnished basements either.
Totally agree. The recharge has to happen within a quarter mile of the mouth of the canyon. That's where it's all gravel and we don't have those big silt layers. So if we were to come like where we're standing today and try and recharge, we would have to drill a well like Provo's doing and inject it down into the aquifer. Everything is gravel up there, Scott, and that gravel eats the water, and that's the best place to recharge it. And so the recharge has to happen there, and it won't go in the basements because it's gravel. It will go in. That's part of the pilot project too that we're running for the next 5 years. We're going to run varying amounts of water in various cell sizes to see how much goes in the ground. But this fall, when I turn the water out of the pressurized irrigation, turn it into the river, we will be lucky to get it to Highland Glen, because it will be such a small stream, it will naturally just sink in the ground and we won't get it very far. So that's the reason. Everything is gravel there, and then the farther out you come, there's these silt layers, and if we put water here, it'll travel all the way to Utah Lake, or it'll come up down in the sloughs down in lower Lehigh. So if you want, I can spend some time with you. You and I can sit down and I can graph it out.
Well, I'd just like to understand it so I can explain it to residents, because if I lived right there, I'd be a little nervous.
You would be concerned, yep.
Yeah.
No, it's going to go down. I can put a second foot of water is 450 gallon a minute. I can close the debris basin gates there at that debris basin in the mouth of the canyon and put 20 second feet of water into the ground, which I did the year we had high water. I was holding it while we were all working the river channel, feverishly trying to get all the stuff out. By the way, kudos to your Highland City and the way we had 9 agencies working together, and we worked flawlessly together. Every city, UDOT, the Park Service, Forest Service, everybody got together, and we managed from Tibble Fork all the way to Utah Lake. Utah County was part of that, and because of that, we didn't flood. But as we were doing that, that means I can put about almost 10,000 gallon a minute up there, and no one will notice it, because it's going literally straight down, Scott. It's not going into basements. I can hold it there at the mouth of the canyon, put that water in there today, and the people just right down by North County Boulevard that have basements, they don't even know that I'm putting water in the ground. So.
Yeah, I live down along the American Fork River bed.
Yep.
We've never had flooding. Several of my neighbors have, and we know the groundwater there is really high. We couldn't convince the people that built the Murdoch Canal siphon that the groundwater was pretty high in there. So they'd put the pipes in and they would float. Mm-hmm. This was in 2010-11 when they piped that. So our understanding is there a lot of the water that comes out of the canyon's underground. Is that true?
It is.
Yeah.
This aquifer recharges at about 150,000 acre feet a year that we're sitting on today. I mean, I'm an engineer. I'm a nerd. I love to get into that. So how we recharge it, how we do it over the next several decades is really going to be critical to our grandkids and the people that are living here then.
So Ernie, as you come that, we're starting to see cities go deeper, and so my understanding is there's different layers of aquifer, and so we have, hey, you've gotten down to 400 or 600 feet. We're seeing we even went deeper. We're trying to get our straw. Every city
Right.
has a
Yep.
straw. We're going, hey, how deep can we get our straw? Are we seeing all the cities, the neighboring areas in Utah County, are they going deeper with their straw?
They are going deeper with their straw because that is the deep aquifer that we can do the best recharge right up against the mountains. And it's the best water. So yeah. And what's really neat is we now have a database. Central Utah runs it for that North Utah County Aquifer Council, but we fund it. The North Utah County Aquifer Council funds it. And we all, as we update our wells, we're putting telemetry in so we know what that well depth is. And Scott, to answer your question, you can look at that water. You can look 3 years ago when we had that banner year when we were all trying to not flood, and you can see where our recharge went up. And some of our wells went up 30 feet over the next year as that recharged.
That was 2 years ago, wasn't it?
2 years ago, sorry.
Yeah,
not 3.
1 year ago,
Yeah.
we had pretty good water year,
Yeah,
too.
we had a
Is it-
good water year. I mean, we weren't
Yeah.
quite normal, but we were close. But yeah. So, yeah, we've got data that we didn't have before. So Highland's doing it. All of us are doing it. As we refurb our wells, we're getting data and we're reporting that monthly. So we can now look at trends from the well that Highland's got at the mouth of the canyon all the way to the other side of the Jordan. And we're doing that. So it's given us as water managers so much better data.
With regard to that question about the recharge and the silt layers and my understanding had always been, and it sounds like I was wrong, that our stormwater sumps act as relatively small, but recharge for the aquifer.
They do.
Am I correctly understanding then that actually they're recharging the lakes, but not really the aquifer?
So when you do a sump out into here, you've got a silt layer below it, a couple hundred feet below it.
Right.
That water will go there and stop. Okay. And then it will figure out which way it's got to go. And that's where all of the wells and the springs and the sloughs down right close to Utah Lake, that all that water's run for, for thousands of years, that comes from stuff that is put on here and ends up there. It doesn't get to the deep aquifer.
Cool, thank you.
We have 4 candidates here. We have 6 candidates running for city council are present here.
I think there's 7.
Is there 7? Maybe I can't.
I think there are only 6.
Oh, 6 here.
Okay, I want to, as we talk about water, this is vital.
Yes.
And so I just, that's why we're taking some time here. It is something that's taken years to understand. It was interesting. I asked ChatGPT, which is a new little hobby, about what's the benefits. What if you had to, say, hey, tell me about Highland and some things. It was interesting. It talked about our water rights. That one of the things in Highland is that we've been forward thinking about water rights, and it's
Yes.
one of our strengths as a city. And I thought, as we talk about water, this is very important. We're at the mouth of, I know we call it American Fork Canyon. I know you're on the council. We like to call it Highland Canyon. It's there at Highland. And so the Highland Canyon water that comes, but we have we're the head gate of that. I know you're up there at the Weir, but we're the first head gate, and everything else kind of comes off of that.
Yep, that water right that we jointly hold as cities and as shareholders is an old water right. It predates, I think it's an 1875 water right. So it's an old right, and the rule in water rights is the older it is, the better. Because if it's younger, people can, a 1970 right, people could sue you over it and potentially lose it. That water is ours, and those water rights are so critical. So that was the water that irrigated all these fields, and we've kept that water where it belonged up here. And Highland's done a good job, Mayor.
So help just make sure this is kind of an education. The first of the season, so we're talking April, May, June. Yep. We're coming. Most of our PI in Highlands, pressurized irrigation, is coming out of the mouth of American Fork.
100%. Yep.
And then right now, we're now middle of July, and it depends. We start to pull now. We're probably getting a little bit out of American Fork Canyon, but now we're coming out of the Murdoch Canal, which we've had a presentation, is coming out of Deer Creek.
Right.
And that Murdoch Canal, now we're starting to pump into our PI system.
You're still getting the majority of it out of American Fork Canyon because I haven't drained. So I control the levels at Silver Lake Flat and Tibble Fork also.
Okay, so you got the lakes up there.
I'm still using the storage. That's our storage water. That is all our water. Nobody else gets it but those 3 companies and the 5 cities. That's it. I mean, the 5 cities get it through those 3 companies. So that's our water. So when I start to drain, we watch it, and it varies every year. Some year I can provide water. I think I provided water 2 years ago, clear through August, 100% of the water, through the end of August before we had to pull in additional water.
This
This year, I'll have everything drained before the end of July.
And you're talking, okay, Silver Lake Flats and Tillable Fork, you're saying are owned by the three, and the water irrigation?
By the three irrigation
Yeah,
companies.
which is Lehigh Irrigation, American Fork Irrigation, and Pleasant Grove.
Yep.
Of those lakes, who, is it a third? Or
No.
what's the
No.
percentage owner of that water?
American Fork Irrigation owns 62% of the total water that comes out of the canyon. Now, our water right is capped. It's capped at 250 CFS, which is a tremendous amount of water. That's where we're going to be able to take that water during high water and recharge with it. So we're sitting in a very good spot. But yeah, so of that water, 62% of that water is owned by American Fork Irrigation. So that means of that, Highland owns 25% of that.
Now, my understanding, Chris, my understanding of Lehigh Irrigation, we own about 27 to 28%. We are, I think,
Not of their total water rights, of their bench water rights. Lehigh is kind of broken up. They've got the bench, which is up here in Highland, the high stuff, and then you've got the stuff down in Lehigh. That's totally, they're two separate kinds of water. So you don't own 25% of the total Lehigh stock like you do own 25% of American Fork. You own more of that bench stock, which the bench stock is American Fork Canyon.
Oh, okay. What about Dry Creek? Because we hear the Dry Creek comes out of Alpine, right?
Right.
And Lehigh Irrigation has rights in Dry Creek, but
That
it
is correct.
stops in July or something like this. So
Yes.
can you, I understood this is an education.
No,
aspect.
I'm glad
I
you're
could
asking
give
these
you
questions.
charts, Mayor, that the share amount of water that the irrigation companies get changes depending on the date. So on July 1st, when Dry Creek normally dries up, Lehigh Irrigation gets twice as much water as they had before.
They get twice as much?
Twice as much water they take it away from American Fork Irrigation, and then American Fork takes a little bit from Pleasant Grove because that means Battle Creek and Grove Creek. It's, yeah.
It's complicated.
It
That's
is
why
complex.
Water is something that it takes years to understand.
Yes, and I'm an electrical engineer. I'll hold my hand up. And what I did when I got this job is I just treated it as an engineering problem, and it's been fun. So I had a lot to learn.
Okay, so that on Dry Creek coming out of American Fork or out of Alpine Canyon, that is owned. What's the ownership of that water coming out? How does that work?
That is all owned by Lehigh Irrigation, but it's not for us to use up here on the bench. It's to use down in Lehigh.
And the Dry Creek Lake that we have that is down there by Smith's, they're filling it with so that water is not part of Highland Water?
No.
Okay.
So I thought they were having trouble with that leaking and recharging the aquifer there.
But it's not deep. They're not going down deep.
It's not going deep.
So it's not really leaking. Lehigh made a minor misstep, but they did the right thing, because if they hadn't put the money toward us to make that a dam to raise it higher and hold water, 2 years ago they would have flooded, and they didn't because they did the right thing. It's going to be a lake. It's going to have a trail around it. It's going to be used, but it's not going to be kept full because the amount of water necessary to keep it full, Lehigh doesn't have.
So it's further pressurized irrigation, I thought.
It is, well, it's also there's farmers that use that water downstream also, that they pull ditches off of that down in Lehigh and still irrigate alfalfa fields with it.
Now, however, Lehigh, they're okay. So in Highland, our fire hydrants are run off our culinary.
Right.
Our understanding is Lehigh's fire hydrants are run off their pressurized.
Correct.
They're pressurized.
And they have to keep their pressurized 24/7, 365 for fire.
So let's go back to the Dry Creek Lake. We're seeing them putting sand. We see them putting a parking lot in. What's your understanding going on there?
I'm on the board that
North Utah County
administratively
Water
owns
Conservancy
that.
District.
So Lehigh is going to make it their Highland Glen. Okay, they're changing the slope. They're lessening the slope, so it's not like this. They're putting sand in, but it's not going to be kept full. Kind of like Highland Glen. It's depending on the water, depending on the year. They're going to find what we call a conservation pool level. That's the level will hold the fish, the level that everybody will be able to recreate, and it's going to happen. They're going to put, would you like me to send Chris the plans? I have a copy of the plans. They're going to put 211 paid parking spots in there, 2 bathrooms, a fish cleaning station, and then the fishing game's going to stock it with not warm water fish, but cool water fish, so it'll have walleye, splake, bass, that kind of stuff in it. So, yeah, we've been working on that for a long time, and it's slow. Lehigh, like I said, Lehigh, you never have internal one group wanting to do this and do this, do you? You never have that in your city. Anyway.
Can I
Yeah.
just say, please stay healthy and drive safe. You just hang in there and
I
be with us
intend
for a
on
while.
staying engaged. I'm not going anywhere. I really enjoy what I do. That is Highland Canyon is my office 150 days a year. When I send out a text, sometimes not daily, 2 or 3 times a week, and when I'm up at Silver Lake Flat, as long as it's not in the middle of the night, I take a picture and attach it to the text so all the water managers know what I'm doing. But yeah, it's not a bad place, but as many people are loving it to death, sometimes I do it at 1 o'clock in the morning because there's less people and I don't have to, I can get my job done quicker.
So can I ask one last question? I really appreciate your coming here, and I enjoy working with you on the board. I do.
I do too, Scott.
Does Utah Lake do anything to recharge things? I mean,
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't. And
No.
is that because of the silt,
That's because of the sediment layers, yep.
the sediment layers?
Yep.
So it's just kind of an evaporation basin, or it flows into Great Salt Lake where it evaporates more?
Correct, yep.
Okay. So a little quick question. Are you involved at all? I know all this AI stuff they're building in Eagle Mountain, Saratoga Springs, all this stuff's going to need lots and lots of water. Is there any discussion where they're going to get that from, or is that out of your jurisdiction?
That is out of my jurisdiction.
Yeah.
I don't deliver any water out there, and I think they're nuts.
Yeah, I just wonder.
Because
Maybe a follow-up. You got Texas Instruments. At one time, I mean, I'm talking 30 years ago, they started building that.
Yep.
I thought they had to buy some orchards down in Santaquin and bring their water up here. How are they getting water?
So that's what they did. But today, the state would not allow that to happen. We know more than we did 30 years ago. And when they moved that water from Payson up to here, they moved it on paper, but in reality, it didn't move. Our aquifer, Area 55, that we set on, that we're going to be recharging, goes just over the Jordan River, from the mouth of the canyon to just over the point of the mountain to Orem. That North Utah County has its own aquifer. South Utah County has a different aquifer. They're not connected. And so we didn't know that when they moved that water. So yeah, they're using our water even though we didn't get credit for it.
So Texas Instruments is now adding on another plant there. So where are they getting all their water from?
They have to buy water in this aquifer from someone.
Do they already have those shares?
I don't know, but I will tell you this. This aquifer is over-allocated. So in a lot of places in the state, you can go to the state and say, I want to drill a well and build a home. And they'll say, great, here's the paperwork. You can do that. This aquifer is 40% over-allocated. It's not currently being used. All that water, there's water rights sitting there. Jordan Valley Water Conservancy District owns 20,000 acre feet in this aquifer that they're not pumping. Okay? It's not there. The state realizes we're over-allocated, and so that's why Chris and his group are so good. If you pick up a water right, there's a date that they won't accept water rights if they're past that date because they know that they're suspect, that the state may take them away eventually. So it is complex, but know that today we're over-allocated and the state knows it. That's why groundwater recharge is so important.
So if we're over-allocated, why can't we say you can't build this? I mean, Lehigh's building 2,000 homes around Micron Texas Instruments. And
as long as they've got the water rights, Scott.
As long as they got the water rights, they do it, even though we're over-allocated.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just seems like we're outstripping our resources.
The state engineer is working really hard to work on. So if someone was to try and give you water rights to build a home here, and they bring drinking water to you, underground water, and it's from 1970, and they've got 1 acre foot. Okay, the state is not going to transfer 1 acre foot. They're going to transfer 1/3 of an acre foot because they know those water rights are in that over-allocated bucket. So the state won't. And Highland City, you guys have got it set up just like American Fork and the other cities. You don't accept water at book value. You accept the water after the state transfers it. So.
A water right basically is a right to ask. Is that right?
No, it is actually a right to use, but a water right is dependent upon Mother Nature. That's the big deal.
Okay.
The surface water rights especially. So we have a value for those water rights, like American Fork Irrigation. Some years we get a lot more than the value, and some years we get less than the value because Mother Nature, depending on what it does up in the mountains, we don't get the full amount, or we get more.
Yeah.
So we kind of have this, the state does what they call evaluation, they set evaluation. But underground water is a little bit different, and the cities here in North Utah County, we're really being careful on how we do it.
You had mentioned pressure from the state to essentially co-opt water that's in the reservoirs that we've been pushing back on. Is there any similar pressure that you're seeing for voiding publicly owned water shares that aren't put to beneficial use?
Yes. Short answer is if you don't have beneficial use, and you have to, there's a law in the state of Utah that says if you own a water right, you have to, I'm sorry, getting deep in the woods, you have to show beneficial use every 7 years. And if you go 7 years without it, state's going to take it away. Wow. They did an evaluation of the wells about 5 years ago down in American Fork, and they sent out paperwork. It was a mess. I had thousands of phone calls, literally, even though it was underground water. And if people had an old well that they hadn't pumped in those 7 years, state took it away.
Now, this is important. So as Highland City, we rent, so there's, if they have water shares, like if the Highland Conservancy or even we will, or American Fork, we rent their shares to make sure they're being utilized.
Yes.
And so we will pay their assessment. We will do, I mean, this is it's a big, I mean, every year as a mayor, I sign certificates that, yes, we're accepting all this and we're going to take, it's a lot of water that we rent from different people.
You rent, you lease that water, and you show beneficial use, and that way when the time comes, when someone wants to transfer it to build a home, it's right there. It's being used. Yeah, we all do that.
And one other question, just to put some water stuff in context for me. Did I correctly understand you say that American Fork Irrigation Company has rights to 250 cubic feet per second coming out of
the three irrigation companies?
The three together.
Together, our max right coming out of American Fork Canyon is 250 CFS.
My recollection, and I may be wildly wrong, but my recollection was that 2 years ago we were talking about peaking between 1,100 and 1,200 cubic feet per second.
We actually peaked at 9.
Okay.
So the highest measured in this history we've got was 1,000 in 1983 for the state, when we had State Street River. We were at 900 2 years ago.
Okay, so on heavy years, we're really looking at every bit of water that the three irrigation companies use, and we may be getting 3 or 4 times that much.
But we're not getting it.
We're not, right.
That year, 2 years ago.
I'm just trying to
So
figure out what the actual flow is coming down okay.
It varies. I will go, if you look at this chart on those low years, we'll go 6 or 7 years and never hit 250.
Right.
So the water right's there, but there's just not enough water. We didn't peak at 250 this year. Our total peak was just barely above 200 for like 3 days. And then it dropped right back, just over 200 for 3 days, and it dropped right back down.
And those were probably 3 days where we weren't actually using it because it was too early in the season?
It was too early in the season. That year, 2 years ago, Mayor Frost was doing a presentation, and he asked me, he said, how much water went down the river? So I did my calculations, and I went, that can't be right. I did it again. Above and beyond our water rights, we sent 50,000 acre feet into Utah Lake and into the Great Salt Lake. Never made the news, did it? But yet when someone like the LDS Church, and I'm not knocking the church, I'm just saying they gave 50,000 acre feet to the Great Salt Lake. It was a big deal. That year, we added 50,000 acre feet above and beyond our water rights. So Mother Nature can do, we're really at the mercy of what comes down in the mountains.
Okay, so I apologize for taking this. Mayor Frost took me up the Highland Canyon, American Fork Canyon, and midway up, I think American Fork is built like there's a great big, all I remember is we opened up and there was just water flowing. Is that coming out of the lakes, or is that coming out of groundwater?
That is a spring. That's
okay,
called
so that's
cave.
what I thought. It's a spring up there.
It is a cave. It is a spring.
There is a spring up American, and it's running.
It's right now it's running 2,200 gallon a minute into our 2 5 million gallon tanks up there. That we just rebuilt that spring about 7 years ago. That spring has been supplying water to American Fork for 85 years.
So now help me on American Fork. So that water comes out, but that's only American Fork City?
That is American Fork City owns that, but, you want to get in the weeds.
Okay,
I have to make up that water to the other 2 irrigation companies because, it's
When I talk about water, it was confusing. I'm up there seeing all this water coming out of the side of the mountain, and I go, now whose water is this?
Yep. Because of that high water 2 years ago, last year we peaked at 3,600 gallon a minute. We went 4 weeks and never run a pump.
So now I'm just asking, why is that water American Fork Cities? Why is it not shared by all cities?
Because American Fork City filed on that water, built the collection, put a pipe down the canyon.
Was that 7 years ago, or how long ago?
85, 90 years ago.
Okay.
So it was a long time ago. And then they filed, what's called filed, and that's where you create a water right.
And since it's not used until after it bubbles up, it sounds like, that's surface water?
No, that is
That's
deep.
groundwater?
That is
Okay.
water from a deep aquifer up the canyon. Yep. And it is, and I got, oh crud. It is really dependent upon snowpack.
Well, thank you so much.
No,
This has been very
we know,
educational.
I apologize, we've taken
Yeah.
a full hour.
And that, I feel bad. I didn't want to take that much time.
But I just, some of it is, I think, trying to help, water's so vital. It's just, and I understand, just trying to have you share information.
This has been extremely helpful.
I hope you understand, Chris, as a group, really is on top of this. Jeff Murdoch actually sits on American Fork Irrigation Board and on Lehigh Irrigation Board.
Correct.
And I attend the Lehigh meeting. I'm not a voting member, but I always attend, give my water reports. We all work together as these irrigation companies. So every city has representatives on these boards, and we all work together.
And then on North Utah County Water Conservancy, Jeff sits for Highland, but I believe there's a couple others from the Highland area that are on that board.
North Utah County Water Conservancy District manages
The lakes.
the lakes, but they don't manage the water. They just manage the dams.
Yeah.
The water is owned by the irrigation companies. We manage it. That's my job. So, I know, a tough job. And yes,
Thank
I
you.
do go fishing when I'll take a few minutes and put a line in the water a lot of times.
Well, anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
What do you catch the fish on? What's the secret?
A fly in a bubble and it's called a Pistol Pete. It's a little olive one that you get from Walmart with a little propeller on the front. That's my magic. And yes, I share it, and yes, I use it.
And technically, he said he fishes every now and then. He didn't actually say he catches anything.
No, you're right. In a good year, I will fish Silver Lake Flat 50
So
times.
the secret was a Pistol Pete with a
Olive. It's olive. That's Pistol Pete, that's olive. You can buy them at Walmart.
Okay. There's
There you go. And yes, I do catch fish.
And is that only at Silver Lake or also at Tibble Fork?
Both. But Tibble Fork is just, there's so many people, I don't even fish it anymore.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Council.
Thank you.
Okay, well, now we do have, or we're going to go back to our presentation number 2A, which is City Investment Policy and Practices. I believe we have Ben that is here. We'd like to ask him, he's with Meter Investments, is that correct? We'd like to invite you to come up at this time to give us a presentation.
Yep, just briefly before Ben starts his presentation, I wanted to give a few comments. So we've been meeting with Ben for a number of months now. We've had multiple meetings. The reason that we're giving this presentation and looking for recommendations from the council is we are wanting to diversify our investments, particularly diversify the length of maturity. And Ben will go into more detail about why that's beneficial, but ultimately it helps to stabilize our return on investment so that we can rely more on a set interest amount each year in our budgeting. It makes budgeting easier. We can rely better on that number. And just briefly, from a finance perspective, one of our main jobs, responsibilities is to monitor the funds of the city, the public funds, and to invest them wisely. And there's three main priorities that we look at when we're doing that. The first one is security. We want to make sure that the funds are in a secure place. And there's rules that we have to follow that the state puts in place. And Ben's firm, Meter Public Funds, is part of their list of approved brokers that we can invest with. Second priority, liquidity. We want to make sure that we can access the money when we need to access it. All of our money currently is with the PTIF, the Public Treasure Investment Fund. Liquidity is great there. We can pull money out whenever we want it. The third priority that we look at is the return on investment. How much are we getting for our investment? That's where the PTIF it's great sometimes not so great. It's because it's so liquid, it's very volatile and follows the current interest rates very closely. So the idea with what we're proposing here is to lengthen out some of our investments so that in an environment where rates are potentially dropping, we would maintain a higher return on our investment for a longer period of time.
So Dave, now tell us about what type of cash we're talking about. I mean, when you're going to say over this last year or two, how much money would we averagely have inside in this type of account?
Yeah, so I believe we have a slide that shows all
Okay.
of that in the presentation, but I can just tell you we've fluctuated between about 26 million and 30 million in the last
We're
18
talking
months.
26. It's all of our enterprise funds. It's all things. So we're
It's
talking,
all reserves, all enterprise
Pretty much everything
funds, and
combined.
all the retirement.
you can see that investing it right, the little tweak can really make some cash flow.
And we're looking at keeping a lot of that still in the PTIF to meet our liquidity needs and any potential unexpected things. But then just maybe a little bit over half of it looking at investing with Meter to kind of stabilize our return on investment. So with that,
So,
I'll invite
Can
Ben
I
to
ask
come
one
up.
last question, David?
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you get a better rate of return, you also increase your risk.
That's what
And are
we're
we going to
asking.
talk about the
Yeah, so what we'd be doing, we wouldn't necessarily be getting a better rate of return. In fact, it may be at the current moment, it may be a little bit lower, but it's more ensuring that we get an acceptable level of return for a longer period and that it's not as volatile. So it's a little bit of an insurance policy that if rates suddenly drop, we have some longer maturity investments that will continue to bring in that higher rate until they mature, and then we reinvest that money. But the average rate of return for the total investment may be a little bit lower than what the PTIF brings in currently, if that makes sense.
Now, just because we had canned, it's also just here 26 to 30 million. Tell us how can that money would be broken up that way? How can the city would have that much cash?
Before we hit that, can I ask one just kind of follow? So I think to Scott's point about risk.
Yep.
By doing this, we are accepting higher risk. It's just risk on the liquidity side instead of on the security side. Is that?
I don't know that they were necessarily
No?
looking at higher risk with this. So there's,
I mean, is the liquidity less?
yes.
Right. So
Right.
I'm viewing that as a form of risk.
Yeah, but there's still risk in the PTIF.
Right.
That money is invested by the state treasurer
Right.
in various different types of investments, and there is always risk there as well. And they follow the same guidelines that Meter has to follow with their investments for the city.
Maybe-
But it's not a risk of loss that we're increasing. It's a risk of unexpectedly needing the money and it not being liquid. Would be the real
Yeah.
risk that
Yeah, that's fair.
we're picking up. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fair.
What we're trying to insure against, this time last year, if you were going to a credit union, you could get 5% in a high-yield money market, and now you're about 4.3%. So maybe,
Yep.
that's what I'm saying, in a volatile market, you're trying to level, maybe we'd be getting 4.5 all through.
And we just budgeted 3.5.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
As a conservative estimate. Yeah. So and that's about what we've seen over the last 18 months. The PTIF was at a high at about 5.4%, and now we're down to about 4.3, 4.4. So anyway, we'll go ahead and let Ben come up and
And
go
then you
through.
may think, how
some
do
of
we
his
have
slides.
so much money? Tell us.
So this includes all funds of the city, including our general fund balance, our reserve balance, all of the enterprise fund reserve balances, capital project fund reserve balances. All of those combined make up this $28 million-ish.
So because sometimes people say, oh, the city had 26 million, they could just go spend. No, there's a lot of restrictions on that funds.
Yeah,
They're-
it's in
they're-
different
well,
places and
yeah,
not
it's-
available all for just one.
But the enterprise fund balances are there for future projects.
Correct. We're building up.
That we build up so we can pay them as we go.
Yep.
So we don't have to borrow money to do that.
Correct.
Yeah, and one of the things I think that Ben will talk about is as investments mature, whatever their maturity term is, then we communicate with Ben and his people to determine how do we want to invest what matures? Do we want it, or do we have more projects coming up sooner that we need to start keeping some of our money more liquid for, or can we continue to put it in longer term investments? And so we would be working with his team regularly to make sure that we're meeting our liquidity, but also receiving the best return that we possibly can.
Ben?
Yeah, that was a really good explanation, by the way. Yeah. You know, after all that, I feel like I don't really need to talk too much. That's good.
So Ben, if you'll just state your name just so our recorder has it on record.
What was that? I'm sorry?
If you'll just state your full name so we have it on record.
Oh, okay. Yes, Benjamin, and then Sehy, which is S-E-H-Y. And then looks like I can click through this, then you all have the screens as well. Okay, so we'll just, start off with a little intro really quick so you understand our firm and kind of where we're coming from. And this won't be nearly as interesting or as long as the water conversation. Maybe 10 minutes at the most. Oh, sorry, I think it might be on a timer here. I'm sorry about that. Oh, it's sensitive? Okay. So am I, so that's, no. Okay. Oh, you're right, it is very sensitive, yeah. I'm not quite that sensitive. Oh, you can? Okay, if you just want to go to the next page, Rob. Okay, so our firm has been around since 1974. We just had our 50th year anniversary. We're a private company, about 150 employees. We've been managing public money since 1990, and our sole focus with my division is just managing for public entities. So taxpayer dollars, we work with cities, counties, special districts, universities. The average tenure of our fixed income team that it's actually looking at the bonds all day, watching the market, is about 18 years. Quite a bit of service there, or quite a bit of expertise and knowledge, and been in the service for a long time. Work with over 400 different public entities. We manage and oversee $165 billion. We actually manage a couple state pools as well that are very similar to the PTIF, in addition to the longer term separately managed accounts for government entities like yours.
Can I interrupt real quick?
Yeah.
Is this a national or an international company?
National, yeah. So we're I have an office here in Salt Lake, but we're actually headquartered out of Columbus, Ohio. And then we have an office in Lansing, Michigan, Austin, Texas, Long Beach, California.
So are you publicly traded or private?
Private, yeah. Okay. Yep. Yeah.
And are you in every state?
Not in every state. We're probably in 20 states or so, kind of regional areas. I work mainly in Utah, California, and then a little bit in Arizona. But I've been working in Utah for, over 15 years now, managing public money. Then our focus is just going to be operating funds. That's what you're talking about. Then if you ever do like a project, you need to bond. We'll manage your bond funds as you're spending those down as well.
So as you bring up bond, Saratoga Springs pulled a bond out for quite large bond, and they have actually been making more money. If you remember back in the bond market,
yeah.
They were 2.5%. They've got it in the PTIF, they're making the 4.5%.
It was for their city building.
Yeah.
And it was delayed. So I talked to the assistant manager there. It was delayed. That's why they made money on it.
Yeah, they were making money on it.
Yeah, so that's called arbitrage. So you pay back the IRS, the excess. But there's actually ways around that. If you invest in state loan government series bonds, you can collect the additional interest over the bond proceeds yields. So that's kind of an interesting dynamic. The reason that happened, they most likely bonded in 20 to 22, and then they had those funds invested 23, 24, when rates came up quite a bit, right? So that was kind of a big topic for a while, which that doesn't happen for a long time. So that was something, that was kind of, interesting for a lot of our folks. All right, so review and recommendations. This is basically where you're sitting now. This is what Dave was talking about. You have, anywhere from 26 to 30 million that's in the PTIF. You mentioned that the PTIF, it's a state pool. It has a ton of liquidity. It's well managed. There's about 35 billion in the PTIF. It's gotten quite large over the years. And it's going to be tied directly to Fed funds, right? So the volatility or the risk that you're experiencing is really interest rate risk, meaning that if the Fed deepens its cutting cycle, your yield is going to follow along with it. Vice versa, we just went through a interest rate hiking period from 22 to 23, where rates were at 0.5%. They topped out around 5.5, and all that interest income has been very beneficial for our clients, right? So right now, everything that you're invested in is very variable, and your investment strategy is, let's see what the Fed does, right? And the PTIF is something that all of our clients invest in, so it's part of your holistic plan, and it's something that we're monitoring constantly. So looking at your cash flow balances, you mentioned this, what does our liquidity look like, and are we in a position where we can invest some longer term funds that aren't going to be quite as liquid as the PTIF? Your fund balances, this is the last 2 years or so, have been really consistent. So usually with cities, you'll see some seasonality. With very much growth-oriented cities, you'll see some aggressive growth as balances. For established cities like Highland, where we have a lot of residential, not as much commercial. Affluent communities, you'll generally have kind of more of a stable cash flow. And that's what we're seeing here. So we like to track those for you and just make sure that when we are investing a little further along, we're not messing with your liquidity. You have enough for operating your city, and then also planning in case something comes up that's catastrophic or you need a big money outlay, it's there for you.
Can I ask another question? Because I'm sitting here kind of understanding the amount of money here, because our budget this year with enterprise funds and general fund, I think, came to about $38 million total. And so this is the money in reserves, the stuff that's been invested with the state. So is the retirement for all the employees and everybody in this, or is that separate?
So our retirement is through URS, which is a state-run program. So we don't hold any cash related to retirement.
No retirement
we do recognize either a liability or an asset on our financial statements related to the retirement, but none of our cash is related to savings for
the
retirement.
Retirement's in a whole different fund. I was just trying to...
Yeah. So this is just going to be like your enterprise and then also your government funds. So everything that is held with the city, it's going to fund your operations, it's your reserves. This is going to be it. Anything that's employee investment related will be separate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just
so
wanted to clarify that.
This is basically all, outside of some relatively small accounts for operating, this is all of the cash that the city has except for bonds that we're holding.
To run the city.
Okay.
Yep.
When I say bonds, I mean developer bonds.
Yeah, so long story short, I just have kind of a side story on that. I started in this industry in 08. Everybody knows what happens in 08. So I kind of heard all the emotional conversations with wealth management and retirement accounts, and I decided to go towards institutional bond market management for public entities, because it's much less variable. So it's kind of interesting where my head went, but yeah, it's interesting. So yeah, this would just be operating funds. And then obviously if you had bond proceeds, we could look at those as well.
So I think real quick to clarify, Doug, if I'm understanding your question, you're talking about like contractor completion bonds for like sidewalks or landscaping.
That's a separate.
So some of those funds are included in the PTIF. Okay. Yeah, so that's one of the reasons why we would be keeping a large amount of that liquidity, because we do have to pay back those completion bonds.
I thought the state just did something about if we hold a developer bond, it has to be. Rob, what changed that way?
Yes, so the state recently changed. So if we accept a cash bond, and as we interpret it, if we accept a cash bond after May of this year, we have to track interest and repay the developer the interest. We are holding cash bonds for many developers and other, sidewalk bonds similar, that are cash bonds that will be accruing interest, but we're essentially saying those are grandfathered. So
Only
we don't
from
have
May
to track the
forward,
interest.
not May back.
Correct.
Yeah,
So
so
they're still earning interest, it's just for us.
Yeah, and we can commingle those funds with our other funds. We just have to have a separation with our general ledger accounts. So we have separate GL accounts for each of those types of development bonds, and we can track interest based on what we've brought in.
Okay, so are we
using that
planning to
account.
pay interest on those bonds since May?
We
Are we gonna put them
should,
in a
according
PTIF?
to the new. Yes.
The new
for
ones from May, okay.
We have not had any new ones come in. Oh, okay.
And just
We can talk about that, yes.
Does that
something
create
that
any
we're working
accounting
on
challenges? Are there accounting challenges with that? It sounds like a nightmare, to be honest with you.
It's not the funnest, but it's something that we're used to doing. So it's, yeah, we have tracking spreadsheets that help us to keep track of all the bonds coming in and going out, and we're going to add interest to that as well. So we know how much interest we need to pay out to these developers when they close out their project.
And just ballpark of this total amount that we're looking at, is it a meaningful amount?
No.
Okay.
All right, sounds good. So this is just, a graph I like to show. It just shows short-term interest rates over time. So it goes back to 05 to pre-COVID. And then right now we're kind of sitting at, you could argue this is kind of a high for the last 20 years. Obviously, throughout time, short-term rates are kind of closer to 4 to 5%, but with the way that monetary policy and everything else is worked out, it seems like the whole world expects lower interest rates. So we're at a situation right now where we think we are going to get a couple more rate cuts. So kind of the question is, are we topping out? I don't have a crystal ball for that, but right now, again, the city's funds that are with the PTIF, it's tied directly to this line. So if you get a couple more cuts, your interest income is going to go down. So we just like to remind you, this is kind of what's happened over the last 20 years or so. And then looking at longer term yields, this is also kind of interesting. So this is just the 5-year Treasury annual yields over time. And 2023, 24, 25 with Treasuries, we're still kind of in that 4% range. Now Treasuries is going to be the baseline. It's the benchmark rate. It's considered the risk-free. There is a little bit more diversification that you can take under the Utah Money Management Act. But what it's saying is that you can buy 5-year Treasuries at over 4% still. Now, we think that's a pretty good way we recommend positioning some of your funds in the 4 to 5 year space, 3 to 5 year, just because that lock-in is there right now. Just like Dave said, right now the PTAF is actually yielding a little bit higher than long-term treasuries. We have an inverted yield curve. It doesn't happen all the time, and it's kind of different, but eventually it works itself out. When you have inverted yield curves, oftentimes it is followed by an interest rate cutting cycle. And so we recommend putting a portion of your money in the longer-term buckets, right? Basically de-risking from interest rate risk.
So how do you do that in a city, though? A small city? I mean, we need these funds. I mean, our budget this year is $38 million. We've got in reserves maybe 29. How do you put it in 5-6 years?
Yeah. So going back to that cash flow, really good question, by the way. We monitor your cash flows, right? So you have a budget of funds that you're bringing in, funds that you're spending, and that's going through daily, right? And so we look at your monthly cash flows to kind of see what your levels of fund balances are needed to run the city. So we wouldn't just invest the whole $29 million, we would take a portion. Now, in that longer term portfolio that we're managing, there's also a liquidity element in it as well. So you have bonds that are 0 to 1 year, 1 to 2, 2 to 3. So there is a liquidity element, but the way that we're going to design the portfolio is your main lines of liquidity would be first your bank account, second the PTIF, third your longer term strategy that also has shorter term securities in it. So it's just kind of planning around.
So I guess it's hard for you to say, but what percentage would you put in long-term treasuries?
Yeah, so I actually have that
slide.
graphical.
Oh, well, good.
Yeah, yep.
Okay.
Yeah, so, and this is based on conversations with Dave. Each city is going to be a little bit different with their liquidity profile and their liquidity needs. My sense is that Highland probably needs a little bit more liquidity, right?
Right.
Just as you said, it's a little bit smaller. You have some of these bonds, with these developers that are going to go out. One thing that you have going for you, though, is your balances have been really consistent. And so our recommendation, and we would walk through this with Dave, but we think that you should keep about 50% in the PTIF, right? And so that would be funds that you could get tomorrow if you needed them. And there's not a lot of market risk to those funds because it follows short-term rates. Now your longer-term buckets, as you can see, you have about 2.5 to 3 million of various securities in each yearly bucket. So each of those chunks would be approximately 10 to 15 different bonds, that all have various maturity dates. So our recommendation would be, you invest 6 million or so, 3 to 5 years. Basically, you're saying, hey, no matter what happens to short-term interest rates, more likely than not, they're going to go down. We're still holding on to these securities for 3 to 5 years that are paying over 4%, right? And so you can budget off of that. You can forecast off of that. And then that long-term portfolio, the 0 to 5 year, over time, it should generate more interest income than just keeping your funds short, right? And that's just a factual statement from, interest rates. Longer-term rates run a little bit higher than short-term rates. Now, right now, as Dave mentioned, with the inverted yield curve, PTAF is actually paying a very nice return and has for a while, has for the last 3 years. But if history keeps repeating itself or rhyming, that will change. So there's kind of two factors. There's one, your liquidity, that's actually earning a great return in the PTIF. And then two is your longer term strategy that's more stable. And then over time, it should generate a little bit more than the PTIF. And so you kind of have two different strategies working with you. I would work with Dave to monitor the whole thing, run your cash flow analysis, have quarterly reviews. If you have upcoming outflows that are a little bit more major than you've had in the past, we plan for those and we pivot the portfolio to satisfy those liquidity needs.
But, go ahead.
One of my questions would be for security. When you talk about this is city, our residents' funds, the PTIF is with the state. It's regulated by state.
Yeah.
How is this secured by you guys? How do we make sure that your business doesn't also say, hey, I'd like to have this money today?
Yes, you're talking about something that goes back to GFOA best practices. So each city that we work with has its own third-party custody account. That custody account is not related to us. You actually hold the bonds in that custody account under the name of the city. So what that means is we can't actually touch your funds. You're the only one that can transfer money to and from that account. We can just manage the bonds, right? So when we buy a bond for your account, the way that it works is we buy it from a broker, right? The broker at the best price delivers to that custody account. Those funds of that custody account then pays that broker, right? So we actually never touch that money. And the reason it's built like that is you never want to give a manager access, right? I mean, there's been multiple, examples through time where like a manager has access and they've created fraud. So you always want to have that control of that custody. And so that's why you set that up that way. What that does as well is also protects you from our service. If we give you bad service, you can cut us off and then you can manage those funds internally, or you can hire another manager who now would deliver to that custody account. So that's the way that you protect it. From a diversification standpoint, as far as like the principal protection of all the different securities, I would say we're a little bit more conservative when it comes to managing public funds, meaning we'll sacrifice a little bit of yield to get a little bit more lock-in and also to invest in more treasuries and agencies, stuff that's U.S. backed, right? And so on the investing portion, we would be only investing in the highest rated securities that are available, then also allowed by the Utah Money Management Act. And then we have further procurement of what's allowed under the act. And then I would say that our list of what we can buy is even a little bit tighter. Yeah. Go ahead.
So I understand the PTIF and U.S. Treasuries. What, you want to put 26%, I mean, this is just an example. What are U.S. government agencies that you invest in?
Yeah, so U.S. government agencies, under the Utah Money Management Act, you have like Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, Federal Home Loan Bank, let's see, Farmer Mac. Basically, those are quasi-government entities that have some private funding but have the implied backing of the U.S. government. So it's in the best
financial agencies like Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the debt instruments that help those entities operate.
And commercial paper, explain that.
Yeah, commercial paper is short-term corporate bonds that are generally 0 to 275 days until they mature. You know, and that's going to be like Apple Computer utilizing the bond market for 270 days, you know, issuing a piece of debt. You know, investors can buy that debt and get a return. So the commercial paper that's allowed under the act is only going to be the highest investment grade of different corporations.
So you're not investing in junk bonds or anything like that?
No.
Just the highest grade?
Yeah, you're not allowed to invest in junk bonds. So the state of Utah, they have something called the Deposit and Investment Report. You have to send that to them semi-annually, so they can check all your positions. You know, so they actually audit your investment account, make sure that you're following the act.
The municipal securities, we'd be investing in other cities' debt.
Yeah, so there are times where municipal securities with their credit rating that's enhanced, and then also if if they're yielding a little bit more than treasuries, that difference in yield may be worth the additional, the small additional risk, right?
And is that municipal securities from the whole nation, or is it like out of the state of Utah? Or
yeah, it's just Utah actually.
It's just Utah.
Yeah, and state to state with different investment programs from state to state, that will vary, but with Utah, it's just Utah.
So we could have some of our city funds invested in the debt of Salt Lake City.
You could, yes.
If you felt that was a real secure bond.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And that brings my question: who decides if and when the investments move into what? I mean, is it how involved is it? Is it something we rely upon your company? Is it something we rely upon staff? Like, who gets to decide this moving of our investment?
Yeah, so we have a capital markets desk of about 12 individuals that are looking at the bonds all day and doing the research. So they are the ones that are actually siphoning through all the different bonds, reading the economy, understanding the micro and the macro events, and they're actually procuring these. So I am too busy, doing stuff like this to be looking at it. I used to do a little bit of trading, but yeah, we have a great team that does that all day, every day.
Ben, maybe you can speak a little bit to how that compares to the state treasurer's office and how they manage the PTIF.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like to throw mud at the state treasurer's office. I think they do a really good job, but they actually just have one person that manages the whole pot. So they have one trader that just buys bonds all day, right? And so his reliance is more on like what he's reading through different reports and everything else. We have approximately 10 to 12 that are looking at the market, understanding the market. And then we actually have, in Utah, you can buy 100% of your portfolio can be corporate bonds and then also commercial paper. We think that's a little risky. Again, we're talking about taxpayer money, but we have an approved corporate bond list. We've been doing corporate credit analysis since 1984. And so we just have a lot of resources that's really just looking into your portfolio, understanding the best bond for the best price, what to buy. Yeah.
So tell us about your nightmare. Tell me about the city you lost money for.
Well, we haven't. We haven't lost money for a city. Yeah. So the worst thing that you can do, I've seen examples of this. This hasn't happened to us, but you'll run into a portfolio where it's most likely getting self-managed, right? So there's a guy or a gal who's like the finance director, county treasurer, and they're utilizing a couple brokers. So brokers work under a suitability standard. They can sell you whatever is under statute. Financial advisors like myself, we are a fiduciary. We literally got to buy what we think is the best bond, and then we got to buy at the best price. So under that suitability standard, if you're buying stuff that maybe doesn't make sense for your portfolio, but it is suitable, you can get underwater in certain situations where you need the liquidity. Like, for instance, I met a gentleman in Wyoming, county treasurer, who was there for a long time. And in 2013, they don't have limits on the max maturities of what you can buy. Utah, you do, it's 5 years. He was buying like 15-year agencies that were paying him about 1.5% in 2013. He needed the liquidity in 16, 17, 18. Those bonds were way underwater, right? The unrealized losses on those were pretty large. And so he basically couldn't sell those. So that's probably your biggest risk when it comes to government investing, is just not understanding your cash flows and then buying something that is not going to be sellable at a gain for most of its life. That's really what you want to prohibit. So when we look at the analysis, or when we go through the financial planning of the whole thing, what you can invest in, so what's allowed in your policy is one, and then two, what's your cash flow look like? Let's make sure that we're investing to your cash flows, that you always have liquidity. So that's how you do it. But that's when I've seen issues arise.
I have a question. David, maybe this is silly, and I feel like everybody else probably already knows the answer to this. But would this be something that we pay a fee or a percentage or what for the service?
Yeah.
That's a good question. That's on the next slide, I think.
Yeah, it is one of the slides. There is a percentage of what we have invested that would be an annual fee. The PTIF also has a fee for administration, which is much smaller because part of what Ben mentioned, it's just one person kind of managing all of those funds. They're able to do that for much less. So the PTIF fee is lower. So it's a little bit of a trade-off for what we're getting.
What is the PTIF fee?
Off the top of my head, I don't remember.
Lower.
It's lower.
Yeah, it varies. I think on their website they say they can charge anywhere from I think it's 0.15 up to 0.1%.
Mm-hmm. And as a follow-up, if you engage financial services or advisors like this, do you have to put out an RFP, or can you just, how does that work? Can you just pick whoever?
Mostly for professional services like this, we're not required to do an RFP. We can use professional judgment to choose.
And like I mentioned, like this in the past?
What's that?
Have we done this in the past at all?
No. We've always just had our money in the PTIF. Yep. And as I mentioned before, so the state does have a money management council. This is a board that dictates how the state and municipalities are allowed to invest their funds because they are public funds. They dictate what firms we are allowed to utilize to invest and to manage the funds. And so Meter Public Funds has to be approved by that board in order for any city in Utah to do business with them. And they have to follow the guidelines that the Money Management, or in the Money Management Act. So setting limits on the percentages of different types of investments that we're allowed to invest in. Meter has to adhere to all of those. And we would also implement a policy that would be reviewed and approved by the council, dictating those same things as well. What amounts and percentages we can invest in specific types of investments.
So we've been paying fees to PTIF over the years. Now we're just dispersing those fees to a different source with Meter.
Right.
And still 50% of it, 49% to PTIF.
So. But I think it'd be nice to know what the fee is to PTIF.
It would be nice to know the comparison.
And I just had a question going back to the previous slide. Why wouldn't you invest more in treasury bonds? Why would you do quasi-government agency. So you had 26% with them,
Yeah,
13% with the Treasury. Is it just a better yield?
Yeah. So you're just getting a little bit better yield. It doesn't always make sense to invest as much in U.S. agencies, right? But if that spread, if that difference in yield is enough, for a little bit more risk.
But I thought Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac got into a lot of trouble with the big recession in 2008-10.
They did, yeah. So when that happened, the federal government came in and backed them. So they do have the implied backing. It's not the explicit backing like treasuries do of the U.S. government.
So this is our federal government that's $37 trillion in debt.
Yeah.
Backing. Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah. So I mean, right. So you can actually
PTIF too.
Yeah. So you can actually make the case. What's a better credit, Apple Computer or the U.S. government?
Okay.
Right. You can make that argument. I would probably side with Apple.
No, I would sign with Apple. Yeah.
But yeah, saying that, if you had Treasury defaults, that would be a situation of
catastrophic.
Its own. Yeah. So. Yeah.
So let me ask, and this is maybe a question to Dave.
Yeah.
So this is basically diversifying. I didn't say that quite right. Our funds, and but it doesn't sound like we're really going to make more. It just stabilizes what we do make. Is that
it depends on what happens with the interest rate. If the Fed lowers the interest rate dramatically over the next few years, we would get more return going with meters.
As long as you're in the long-term ones.
Yeah,
if for some reason rates stay high, if inflation is a problem and the Fed thinks that they can't lower rates like they want to, then the PTIF may bring more of a return in that scenario. But reading the the writing on the wall, I think the Fed is determined to eventually lower rates. We always go through these cycles of higher rate, lower rate, depending on the economy and kind of how things are going. So eventually they will come down, and they've already started to. We were at 5.4 a year and a half ago, and now we're at 4.3. So I think it's just a matter of time, and it's kind of a balancing act of what kind of interest rate risk do we want to take on? Do we want 100% liquidity and take on that interest rate risk in the chance that rates drop and we don't have the interest income that we're used to, or do we pay a little bit higher of a fee and invest some of the funds, ladder them out to longer maturities, to kind of give us an assurance, I guess I won't call it insurance, but assurance that we'll be able to maintain the level of interest revenue that we expect.
But I'd like to compare the fees, though. I mean, because we're in that range of 0.08%. And I mean, I could calculate that on my phone right now, but it seems like quite a bit of money.
Yeah, I mean, I can say without even looking at the number, when you see the fee that the PTIF charges compared to the 10 basis points that Meter charges, just on face value, looking at those two, you would say, why would we ever pay 10 basis points to have Meter do this? It's the fee that the PTIF charges is significantly lower.
So that's the question I think we need to answer.
But what you're risking is if those rates do drop, you're still going to get less with the PTIF paying that lower fee than you would have if you paid a little bit of a higher fee and laddered out your investments with an investment firm.
So let's verify what the fee is. I mean, because you have that percentage.
Yeah.
Well, if we're looking at that,
0.08.
and we have 15 million, what is the fee at 15 million?
Yeah, so at 15 million, the fee, so it covers everything that we do, but then it also provides a credit for the third-party custodian. So that has a cost as well. So the 10 basis points is actually all in. That's inclusive of the other services that you get. For 15 million, that's approximately 15,000 a year. That's generally charged monthly in arrears, and then it's stamped right on your statement. We're very transparent with that fee. The income that you earn will be net of that, right? And so when we compare and give you a report, that will be net. Working in this industry as long as I have, I would say that our fee structure is probably the most competitive. We really want to be the best service provider at the most competitive fee.
And you said that did cover the custodian?
It does, yeah. And then you have online reporting as well. So you can log in, view the account. Does the city amortize its accounting for its investments, or is it a cash basis, do you know?
Cash basis as far as I'm
Cash,
aware.
okay. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of functionality that comes under that fee as well, but it's about, to be honest with you, I think it's about as low as we can get, much lower, I think, we'd probably not be in business, so it is about 15,000. It is going to be a little bit more, it's going to be a little bit higher than the PTIF, but the service is going to be different as well, everything that goes into that. So,
and just maybe to put the 15,000 into perspective, just as a reminder of our budget that we just passed in June, we budgeted an expected interest revenue throughout the city of about $857,000. So obviously it's a higher rate, and that's at 3.5% return. So we were anticipating that even if we stay in the PTIF, if the feds drop the rate a couple more times, that we would bring in about 857,000. So if we can lock in, some of these longer maturities at 4%, then we're probably going to do better than that.
So can I say one more? Okay. So Dave, I appreciate your expertise. What process did you go through to pick Meter? Did you look at other companies, what was offered?
Yeah, so there's a couple others that we're familiar with, and I've done business with one other through different entities. That Ben actually used to be associated with this other entity. So we worked through them. It worked out well, and we thought it was beneficial. There's also that list that we get. We get a quarterly newsletter from that Money Management Council, and they provide a list of all of the various firms throughout the state that we can work with. So we have that list. But I knew Ben, and I've talked to the other guys that I've worked with before. Their fee is even higher. So we felt like this was the best option that we had right now. So somebody that we're familiar with, have a relationship with, and somebody that I know and trust, and based on everything that he's talked to us about, a company that we can trust to invest these funds.
So do you consider this to be the least expensive one?
I haven't shopped around all of the various firms to know that Meter's the very least expensive. But I know that they're a lower fee than the one other firm that I've spoken with.
I noticed there was a minimum $10,000.
Yeah.
No matter what.
Yeah.
If we change that ratio, 49% to 51, and it goes down below that, how long of a contract are we locked into? Is it an annual contract?
Yeah, good question. Contract is month to month.
Is month to month?
Yeah.
So if we ever approach that 10,000, we probably look at maybe discontinuing. So we have that option.
You do have that option. Yeah.
Okay.
I actually prefer working under a contract that's month to month, because like if we're not doing the service that we said we were supposed,
I'm
to do, you should be able to fire
shocked
us.
that you're willing to do that, but
So
we're certainly willing
I'll
to.
tell you, as a business, you always want, it's actually smart, because month to month you can get out. When it comes up on an annual basis, you always review it on an annual basis. And so people get out. I would go, and we were doing some things, I go, just do month to month. We never got out of contracts that way. I think we did stuff with Sam's Club, and it was always funny. Everyone else always wanted to do a year contract. To go, no, you're just telling your competitors when they go sell them. Month to month, they don't know when to go sell them yet.
So Ben, you can
Never
correct
looked at
me.
it that way.
You can correct me if I'm wrong, but if that was to happen and we, for some reason, lost confidence in Meter and decided to terminate that relationship, we would still have these funds invested in the multiple different length maturities. So at that point, it's not that we would get all that money back. It's that we would be able to either find another firm to help manage that portfolio for us, or we would have to do it in-house and reinvest those things as they mature, or put them back into our PTIF as they mature.
Yep.
So if we have 857 that we're expecting in interest, and we're talking about keeping half of that in the same place where it is, that leaves us $428,500. $15,000 looks like it's 3.5% of that, which means we're going to have to outperform by 3.5% to end up making money on it. Am I thinking about that right?
So you'd have to Yeah, it's a really good question. So as far as outperforming the PTIF over time, it's really like a long-term view, right? So we mentioned that right now PTIF is kind of in that 4.4 range. You can't buy many securities right now that are over 4.4 unless they're callable, meaning that the issuer can call them back if rates go lower, then they can reissue.
Right.
So at first, you're actually going to make a little bit less than keeping your funds in the PTIF. But over time, there should be, like what we've seen is it's generally about 0.4 to 0.5% more throughout the years, right? So what does that 0.4 to 0.5% mean on $10 million? 40 to 50,000 extra a year, right? So that's usually about where it averages out to. Now, don't have the crystal ball for the future. Could be much different, but looking at the past, that's kind of where you're at.
I mean, you guys have been in business quite a bit. Do you have something for 20 years and 30 years? Okay, PTIF functioned at 30 years this rate, and for us, with what our yields were this over 30 years, or even over 20 or 10.
Right.
So we can kind of, I think that's, hey, let's look at it. 'Cause like you said, hey, we've had some anomalies where they've dropped everything to zero. In 2008, they're dropping interest rates down into zero just to try to get the economy going. They did that the same with COVID, and now they come up. But if you get back in the 90s, or you can even get back in the 80s, we would have been stupid to be locked in because the 80s is up here at 18%. It's just
yeah. The 80s were kind of the one time that you shouldn't have taken any duration. And then the last 3 years, short-term has definitely beaten long-term, right? But it's starting to even out. So you're right. There have been a couple periods with hyperinflation, where long-term hasn't worked. But for the most part, throughout the rest of history, it's been beneficial.
I know it's hard.
David,
yeah, it's hard. Yeah.
Is the reason we're looking into this because we believe that we can make more on our on what we have in reserve, or is it primarily to flatten out the volatility and have something that is more forecastable? Because
I think it's a little bit of both. Yeah, it's a little bit of both. Because we don't have that crystal ball and we don't know what the Fed rate is going to do, I can't say with confidence that we absolutely will make more money with investing through meter than we would if we kept it in PTIF. But it would help to somewhat regulate. We would still have half of the funds in the PTIF, so we would still have some volatility in the revenues if rates fluctuate. But it would help to level that off a little bit so that we have a more reliable year-to-year number that we can budget. So I would say it's a little bit of both, and it's kind of just trying to buffer and like Ben said, reduce that interest rate risk. But as I mentioned before Ben started going through his presentation, number one priority for the funds is the security of the funds. Secondary for me would be the liquidity, and third priority is that rate of return. It's not the main goal of what we're trying to do with the funds. But if we can meet the liquidity requirements and have it invested in a secure manner that's approved by the Money Management Council, that's dictated by the state, and then increase the chances of bringing in more interest revenue, a higher rate of return over a long time period, then I think that's kind of what we're shooting for.
So what do you need from the council tonight?
So just some general direction. If you want some more research and more information, we're happy to provide that and maybe have either another presentation or a work session. If the council feels comfortable with moving forward, we can also move forward with this. If you want us to, it sounds like maybe there's some interest in just doing some checking of other firms to see what their fees are and how things compare there. We can do some of that if you'd like. So just looking for some direction.
So what direction would you give them? Council, is there some direction, a feeling you kind of say, hey, this is what I need more information on, I'm willing to move here, or I need, where are you at? What
I
do
think
you
we
need?
heard look at more than just meter, kind of look at some other options and then check the PTIF rate. Are there other information we need to bring back to you?
No, that's it for me.
The PTIF fee.
No, that's it for
what-
me, because
Yes,
I just
thank
like to
you.
know what PTIF is charging us. And
Okay.
And with regard to PTIF, when we're talking about diversification here, we're not talking about diversification of investment classes, because these are the same classes that PTIF is invested in.
Right.
We're talking about diversity of maturity.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. PTIF, they invest in all of these same things at different percentages. I don't have that in front of me. I don't know, Ben, if you know.
Yes,
kind
the
of what their
PTAV
portfolio looks like.
is going to have closer to kind of like a 30-day reset, meaning that all the securities are fluctuating generally on like a 30 to 60-day basis, So what that means is, let's just say in August, rates go down by 0.25%. All those securities are going to be reinvested within the next 30 days at that lower rate, right? And so that's where you get the volatility.
Does the PTF not do anything long-term at all, David? I mean, if we said, hey, we'd like to do something.
They don't have like sub-accounts or alternative strategies. It's all just short-term. That's why we're actually in business. I mean, because to satisfy that long-term need.
That's your niche.
We're approaching, like right now, like you can see the weighted average maturity right now is 1.3 years. That's with your whole portfolio. But if you just looked at what we're investing, like we have a reset of about 2.6 years or so, meaning that those securities are going to be in the portfolio for a lot longer. So if things change dramatically, things are going to be very stable.
And am I correctly reading the graphs that we've seen here that roughly 80 to 85% of our portfolio is stable and stays, and the other 15 to 20 is where we see the in and out? And so we have, over the last 2 years, we've had somewhere between 15 and 20% that we need the liquidity on. And 80 to 85% that we don't.
Right.
And to be conservative, we're looking at keeping roughly 50%.
Yeah, and maybe even to quantify that in dollars, in our budget, we plan to use about 1.3 million of these funds. So keeping 10 plus million liquid in the PTIF is more than enough to do everything that we had planned to in the budget. So
Yes, most cities we work with, actually, you're right on. Our default hypothetical model is generally about 20% liquidity, and then 80% long-term. And the reason you do that is because long-term over time has yielded more, right? Besides, 80 to, right? So that's why we do it. But just with kind of the, Utah is kind of a different state in a way. It's very PTIF centric. It's different than other places that we work in. And so with such a strong sense for that fund, I don't want to scare you, either, like by kind of getting your liquidity down. Want to make sure that you're insured, that you have that. And then second, you're not getting a penalty for staying in the PTIF right now. Usually short-term rates are lower. There's no opportunity cost. So, with the elevated yields, if long-term rates start to tick up a little bit, I don't mind having a little bit of gunpowder that we can still throw into longer-term investments over time.
Okay, do we have our direction, what you're needing?
I think so. I just wanted to add one last quick thing. I feel like all of this is kind of like, it's one of those things where if you don't do anything, then maybe a year, 2 years down the road, you'll look back and say, I wish we would have done something.
Well, we kind of went through that, right?
We've already felt that because rates were at 5.4 about a year and a half ago. If we would have done something back then, we'd be looking at higher returns. But I found the information on the state treasurer's website about their fee for the PTIF. It is 1/2 of 1 basis point. So basically, like I said, if you compare the two, it's going to be
You're talking 15,000.
significantly less. Where this is 10 basis points, it's 1/2 of 1. So yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying it's not a lot, but you're talking 15,000. You're not talking a huge amount that you're trying to.
Higher, 28,000.
Yeah, okay. We really appreciate you taking the time.
Yeah, it was good.
It's important for us to understand, you know, what for long-term, what to do with our funds, so.
Absolutely.
We'll be getting back some information. I'm sure we'll be following back up.
Okay, great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming.
A pleasure,
Appreciate it.
yeah.
Very interesting.
Pleasure, yeah. Really good questions. You guys have very thoughtful, insightful questions, so
Thank you very much.
that was good.
Okay, council, just so as we look through our agenda, we do have, at the end of the meeting, we do have a closed session that will take some time as we discuss some legal matters. So just being sensitive about it, we've already taken 2 hours. So we now move on to item number 3 only at almost 8 o'clock. We have our consent items, number 3A, B, and C. 3A is approval of the meeting minutes from May 20th. The B is June 3rd. And then C is approval and ratification of large purchases.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to pull 3A from consent.
3A? What about 3B and 3C? We good to go?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I move that the Highland City Council approve consent items 3B and 3C as annotated in the agenda.
I'll second.
Motion by Scott, second by Kim. Do we have electronic voting up? Yep. See if is everyone able to get in? Yes, Kim, you're the last.
Let's not be in shock. I just got it to work.
Pass 5-0. Okay, we'll now move on to item number 3A. Doug, you want to discuss
That's what I
some
was
items
doing
on
here.
Yeah, there are two updates that I'd like to make. The first one is really minor, and I probably wouldn't be making it if it weren't for the second one, but the notes for item 2C report, which is the ratification of large purchases, say that David said that the sewer treatment fees were spent in March rather than February, and it's actually the description rather than the date. So I'd just like to amend the minutes to strike out the text spent in February and that it should have been changed to March, and replace it with the text said February 2025 where it should have said March 2025. The other one, just to get it right and for clarity, that under item 5E there's a reference to City Attorney Wells, and I propose striking out the text City Attorney Wells and replacing it with the text City Administrator Wells.
I do not want that job, so thank you.
Sorry, Aaron.
Okay, with that, we ready for a motion?
And I move to adopt the May 20th, 2025 minutes from the Highland City Council with those two changes as mentioned.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion by Doug, second by Scott. Do we have electronic on that or do we need voice? We'll start down here with you, Ron.
Yes.
Kim?
Yes.
Doug?
Yes.
Scott?
I only vote electronically now. Yes.
And Brittany.
Yes.
Okay, that passed 5-0, even though it was non-electronic. Okay, we're now on to item number 4A, which is a resolution of an interlocal agreement with Utah County for a grant to fund road improvements. I believe that will be Chris Trusty.
So we've talked a lot about improvements that we'd like to see around the 10400 North and 6000 West area of the city, Strasburg Park, and City Council has kind of directed staff to look for funding opportunities for this. We actually were able to get some help from David Stewart to find some transportation tax funds from Utah County that we could use towards this project. We have $1 million available through this interlocal agreement. The agreement has been reviewed and approved to form by the city attorney. These funds can only be used for road improvements. We can't use it for sidewalk, but we did have some funds that we had budgeted in this year's current budget that we could use for sidewalk. So the thought is that we could combine these two funding sources to do curb gutter, asphalt, and sidewalk with what we have currently budgeted and could get funded from the county.
The state funds, was it state funds?
County funds.
County funds. That didn't require a match or?
That did not require a match.
Okay.
This is from the fifth sales tax,
So
right?
what happened
Yes.
in the fifth when it was passed is into year 3, the money was supposed to start going to UTA. To be very open, there was a little pushback. Mayor Johnson and Lehigh kind of, I kind of got involved and said, why are we funding UTA statewide and not something in Utah County. So it went before the legislators, and they actually pushed that off so UTA doesn't get it for another 3 years. And then that freed up that funds for roads coming back into the county. And so this is something that was applied for through the county with David Stewart to get the funding.
So can I ask a question then? One question when I was studying through this, and so I got my voting to work, then my computer went dead. So I'm cursed when it's IT. But I thought this money that we appropriated for that corner and different things, that we had to eliminate most of that because we used that to use public safety.
It was just 100,000 of it.
Okay.
I thought
I
that
had the
too,
same
but when I
question.
looked through the differences in the budget,
So we still have some left.
so that we just we went from 550 to 430,000.
Okay.
Is that right?
Okay, so it was 140 or something.
That we took out.
Okay.
But only 250 of that was for the work right there at that intersection, wasn't it?
Okay, that's correct. Okay, that I thought the 430 was too much, but I guess it wasn't clear when I was reading through the budget numbers.
I didn't think it was real clear either, so.
So what this money will do is go towards 6800 West, the project which we had, and they're at 10400 and 6000, where we worked with the LDS church that owns that Strasburg Park. They've been kind in saying, hey, we understand, we would like to get some sidewalks there, get some road improvements, the curb and gutter, and so that is the area we're looking at this to be utilized.
And
I'm
sorry?
Is there any other questions on this? Okay, we'll entertain a motion. We're getting $1 million is what's happening, so.
I'll make that motion. I move that the Highland City Council pass a resolution approving the interlocal agreement between Utah County and Highland City to fund improvements to 10400 North and 6000 West and the reconstruction of 6800 West as discussed in the budget, in the agenda, I mean.
I'll second that.
And one question as we're voting on it, well, perhaps before we vote on it, that I know that in the past when we've had contracts that we're approving, at least sometimes we have included language in the resolution allowing staff to make non-substantive changes to it, and I know we don't have it in this one. My understanding is that that's because this one is well ironed out and we're good to go. Is that something that that's something that I would like to see as kind of boilerplate in such resolutions going forward? Is everyone else?
This agreement's coming from the county, so.
I think the question is just as a general matter, are you fine if we put in resolutions like this, similar language that we can essentially correct typos and, correct little things that, so the contract may not be exactly what you saw, but it will be the same substance.
We typically do that with ordinances. And it seems like it costs us almost nothing. And as long as they're non-substantive changes, then that gives us some flexibility just for cleaning things up.
I think that makes sense. I don't know that it applies to this particular.
Right. I don't feel a need to put it in this one, but
generally, I totally agree.
Okay, let's go back. We have a motion by Scott, second by Ron. If there's not any further, let's go ahead and we'll go to vote on that.
I'll have to vote verbally.
No!
It didn't last very long.
Refresh. Okay, Scott, what would be your vote on this?
Yes, since I made the motion.
5-0. We'll now move on to item number 4B, which is an ordinance of regulating the material and vegetation of public ways, and this will be Rob Patterson.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This started off as kind of a small amendment. It got a little bit bigger, but it's mostly just trying to clean up some code. Especially, I was talking with Brent, our code compliance officer, and he had some pushback from residents about trimming trees that grew across sidewalk. We realized we didn't have a really clear code that says, do this. So we tried to write a code that says, do this. On
sidewalks, it's 7 feet?
So yes.
I'm just wondering why it's not 6'8", where 6'8" is kind of standard.
6'8" is the ADA clearance requirement.
Yes.
It's just one of those things of we could write 80 inches or 6'8", or you could write 7 feet because sometimes that's just easier to give you a round number if you're putting a tape measure up.
Okay.
Same with the 15-foot clearance for streets and parking. The maximum height for vehicles in Utah is 14 feet. So you just said 15 feet to make sure we're not going to hit the top of a truck somehow. Also clarified snow removal. This is the only place in our code we talk about that residents are supposed to clear snow from sidewalks, and it was kind of just 2 words in the entire ordinance. So we made it clear that residents are supposed to clear snow from sidewalks, and you're not supposed to put it in the street. So when they snow blow their driveways, don't blow it into the street. At a last minute yesterday, I do apologize, but the fire chief looked at our agenda and said, hey, do you want to throw in fire hydrants in there? Because we've had some people that, plant bushes around fire hydrants because they don't like how they look, which interferes with access to them, or build mailboxes right next to them to try to kind of screen them from view. Under fire code, you're supposed to have a 3-foot clearance around a fire hydrant so they have big wrenches and they need clearance. So the fire chief asked, and I thought it would be smart to have that in here so we could, again, when we talk to residents, say, here's the exact code, can we go clear this and work with them on it.
The state code that allows us to do this has some terms that are very broad and general terms. We've come back and defined them, which always worries me, because when you start making a list of what it means, it seems like the general terms was adequate for the state code. Why does it have to be more specific in our municipal code?
More specific in what way?
You list glass, you list dirt and rocks, and they just talk about litter, and I mean, it's broad terms.
I took out some of the more specific terms because I thought it was silly. This is one of those codes that almost every city in Utah has some version of. So there was some template code back in the day that every city adopted, and then we all just kind of change it over time. So
Yeah. As long as it's got a term in there that says "and other like materials" or something like that, because I remember as a parent with my first child, I can't make a list of all the don'ts. So there's going to be some that I miss. And on this, does it include carbon fiber car parts? It's not listed there, so I can put it there. That's my worry.
I did try to add in catch-alls to all of the provisions for that very reason.
I think one possible reason for including some specifics is if there are things that we frequently run into with residents, then you don't ever have. First of all, it makes it clear that this is a no thing. Second of all, that in communication with them, you don't have but it doesn't really fall into that category argument. Although generally, I'm inclined to agree that we put big lists together sometimes when they aren't really necessary.
So, Rob, can I ask you a question as well?
Of course.
Are we interrupting your presentation, or are you just open for? Okay.
This is the presentation.
Oh, this is, okay. So, when I was just thinking about this, and I actually had a resident complain to me last week about they were trying to walk their dog on the sidewalk, and they couldn't get down the sidewalk because there was so much overlaying. So, I think it's important to kind of keep the sidewalks and clear and things. So when we talk about snow removal and that the people are responsible for that, so I can understand that in front of your house, it makes sense because you also kind of take care of your parkway detail there as well. How about along our major corridors? For example, the sidewalk on the east side of the Alpine Highway. Is the city responsible to clean that since it's kind of it's considered to be a trail in the winter?
We do maintain a lot of those major corridors. Chris can correct.
I believe so as well. That's my
So,
understanding.
and the Murdoch Canal Trail, isn't that the county's responsibility to clean that? And they do a pretty good job with that. So how about the connections to the Murdoch Canal Trail? There's one by my yard that goes from the parking lot up above. Is that city or county?
I believe that would be city.
That would be city? So, I mean, the off times seem clear. I'm not complaining or anything. I just kind of wanted to understand. So, we have some residents like up above me that have a sidewalk in front of their house, so they're responsible to clean that, but they're not responsible to clean it along the Alpine Highway.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
Okay.
So I think what you're asking is if the property,
It's
it's
a
only
corner
the frontage, But if it's where their house fronts is where they may need to maintain, but if it's a side yard that's a parkway detail, is that the city that's supposed to do it?
Typically, we maintain parkway details. We have some where we make it clear where Williams View is a good example, up 6,000 West. Kind of the big slope that comes down and hits the sidewalk. We've made it clear that that's actually still that property owner's responsibility. How well that will happen is a good question. Along Foxwood Estates, along 6400 West, we have that new fence. We made it clear in the plat that the property owner is supposed to maintain on the opposite side of the fence. Again, whether they will do that, something we'll have to work with them on, and probably be part of an education process.
But no, that, I think, Scott, you're bringing, we have several that like we're saying, they maintain and have sprinklers on the side of the thing. So it's not really a parkway detail. It's not something the city's maintaining.
Correct.
If it's the city's not maintaining, the residents should maintain. Because like 6800 West, there's several, you have on the east side is parkway detail, partially, city would do it. But then you have sidewalks that have side of houses there, they need to maintain because they have their sprinklers and we're not mowing that area.
Correct. I would assume there's probably some parkway details that are cleared by residents, but generally those are city responsibility. We also had an agreement, you might recall, a year or so ago with Ridgeview, where we kind of delineated which entity was responsible for maintenance and snow clearing was one thing we really wanted to kind of nail down because it's a lot of overlapping people down there. So
okay, we're now talking about, landscape. What happens if a sidewalk in front of a residence is broken up or because of heat it pops up? Whose responsibility is that?
That's a good question, Mayor.
Can I give you an example of that? 12 years ago, they were doing road work on Country Club Drive. I was at that time not involved with the city at all. I had just moved there a year before. And while they were doing the work, I went to the road crew and said, my sidewalks are all torn up. If I buy the concrete, would you remove everything and install it? And the answer was, no, we'll buy the concrete and we'll remove it and we'll install it. So they did everything. They replaced, out of 16 sections, they replaced 13 sections. I was thinking Highland is a fantastic city, but I don't see us doing that anymore. And I don't know how that happened.
We do go out and maintain sidewalks. So if someone damages our sidewalk, that happens with construction all the time, they are responsible to repair it. Arguably, if someone plants a tree and it damages our sidewalk, we could have the resident fix it. As a practical matter, we'll usually add that to like our maintenance plan at some point. We'll go in and cut the roots and sometimes have to take out a tree if it's in the park strip and then reset the sidewalks. We could theoretically in that if it's, a resident planted a tree that damaged it, go after the resident. Which one of those things where it's taken 10, 15 years, it's not likely that we're going to do that. We're just going to get it fixed. This is, again, ADA standards do apply to public pedestrian circulation paths. So we do want to maintain these clear and avoid having too steep of, not having broken where there's gaps where people can trip, so they're trip hazards. So we do want to maintain those, and we get work calls every once in a while. I hear Gretchen taking them.
So the trees above, residents need to do. Sidewalk below, if it starts to buckle, they call the city.
Yes.
So let me ask you this, Chris. Why, and I've noticed this in our neighborhood, it'll get really hot, the sidewalk comes up like this. As it gets cooler in the evening, it almost comes right back down. What is going on?
It's alive.
It's alive! It's alive!
Well, it's just expansion. You'll get some expansion with the heat.
So, but is that something we want to go out and replace? Because you might go out there one day when it's cool and it's down, you go, what, this person's crazy.
If we're seeing heaving like that,
comes out.
Something that we would want to replace. You see the expansion joints that they have in concrete, that's to absorb the concrete when it does start to expand, so it doesn't pop up like that, but when it's popping up, then yeah.
Okay. But going back to this item is really maintaining the vegetation around some of these. So.
Yeah, I agree with that. Can I ask a question to Chris? So, we have kind of a plan now for road repairs and repaving. We've kind of upgraded that. The trails as well. Are we going to put together maybe a plan to kind of walk the sidewalks, or is this going to all be complaint driven? Are we going to have a way to look at our sidewalks, say we're going to fix this section, or are we just going to wait till somebody falls and complains or trips, or whatever. Because it seems like if we don't have a plan in process and we have an ordinance like this, that it increases our liability a little bit if we don't do anything.
Yeah, I
Does that
think
make
that's
sense?
a great idea. I think we should have that as part of our plan and our ongoing maintenance that we have of our sidewalks. Yeah, and I agree. I think to date it's been mostly complaint-based.
So right now, it's a complaint, we don't have a plan in place to go through.
But wouldn't it make sense
Well,
to
I'd
have
say
one?
it's complaint, and I mean, as our staff notices things, we add it to the list as
Sure.
well, right? We don't just wait for residents. I know that Ty has a long list that we get through, you know, like Rob said, every year, right? We have a plan for, we're gonna go, we've got this much money to go fix some sidewalks, and here's the ones that we've heard are the worst, basically.
So Rob, we're talking about overhanging sidewalks or roads. What happens if there's a property owner, being the city, has trees that are overhanging into people's property? I mean, we're talking about vegetation, I understand we're talking about right-of-ways, but we have a tree that's along this, thing, and it now goes over and hangs into other people's yards.
The general rule is you can trim the portion of a tree that overhangs into your yard. That's just a general property right rule. Is your line extends from your boundary line up into the sky, so you can cut it back. It's always one of those things of we try to be careful to not trim trees in a way that damages them, and we ask residents to do the same for our trees.
The residents have every right to go up, straight up from their fence and cut it.
What about, is the city, Chris, going out and cutting those trees that are in the residents' yards? You understand? We've had a couple reach out about that. Okay, the city has trees growing into my yard, have branches and that. Is that something we should just say, because it's hanging in your yard, please take care of it? Or they're going to ask us to come do it because they don't want to do it?
I know, at least in the instances that I'm aware of, we have gone out and we have trimmed those trees ourselves.
Okay.
I've heard Gretchen take the calls of someone saying, "Oh, your tree's half dead. There's a risk of a branch," and we'll have, our crews will go out there and take.
I think we're feeling that you need to have a plan to go out and survey, and I know that's probably a big ask, but I'm just worried that complaint-based, I'm with Scott, and the liability potential, because we've not been proactive to try to keep it safe. I would hate to go against that argument in a lawsuit. So I would like to see some kind of a plan where we look at all the areas and make a plan on when we can get them.
And some of those sidewalks probably need to be replaced. Yeah. So it'd be nice to have a long-term plan that we can kind of budget and say, hey, we need to do this here and we need to do this. And I think if you have a plan and you're trying to do that plan, that I think that decreases your liability. But I'm not an attorney. I don't know what Rob
I was going to
thinks.
say, I'm going to push back slightly, not in that I don't think it's a good idea, because it is, I mean, I would love to be proactive in every area of the city. But as soon as we identify a problem, we then have to fix the problem,
Right.
and within a reasonable time frame. And that may mean that we would need to come to you and say we need more budget in order to fix all of the problems we now know about, because we were more proactive and went out.
I would
that's
say
true,
if we
but if you do it
identify
in
a problem,
stages,
we
yeah.
want to fix the problem.
Okay.
And the alternative would be that you could potentially be coming to us and saying that these are things that we are not doing because of this.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay, do we have any further discussion? We're ready for a motion.
One question about the 7-foot clearance, and apologies, I should have looked this up ahead of time, but I just took a quick look, and it looks to me like the AASHTO Guide for Development of Bicycle Facilities and Design of Shared Use Paths it recommends an 8-foot. Do we not anticipate bicycles on sidewalks?
So I did propose that as an alternative in the report, because that's a standard used for many more developed bicycle pedestrian paths, is you have it at 8 feet rather than 7. So 6'8" is the minimum for ADA. You can essentially make it clearer if you want to ensure that bicyclists can pass easily through it as well. That's just a judgment call from the council. I'd say 7 feet is a good minimum. Most of the time it'll be fine, but if you want to make it extra clear, it just requires people to trim their trees back a
That's
little
just
bit more.
making more work for my wife. So I just wanted to.
So, bicycles can be on the trails. Are they supposed to be on the sidewalks?
I don't.
I always thought bicycles should be in the bike lanes on the roads. I don't know.
They are supposed to be more on the roads, but also people are on bikes on the sidewalk. So
Especially if they're motorized.
I saw
I'm
a
okay
golf
with
cart
the.
on a sidewalk today.
I'm okay with the 7 feet, and if there's somebody who's on a bicycle who has an issue with clearance, then yes, get into the street. I just wanted to make sure that we were aware that that is the.
So this is something we'd be asking our code enforcement if they're seeing areas of concern to go out and address this to residents, or to let us be aware where we need to address it on our own property.
Correct. And we
Are
actually-
bicycles allowed on the sidewalks?
bicycles are supposed to be on the street. They're
But is there,
over a certain age. No, kids, you know,
does
you
our
expect them to be
code
on the
address
sidewalk.
that? Does our code address that and restrict it?
That's state law.
That's state law.
Wow.
So,
That we then enforce or not?
I mean, I think our officers have more pressing things usually than making sure cyclists are.
Yeah, a
in the right
12-year-old
place.
kid on a bicycle on a sidewalk.
And it's typically kids
It's
who
typically
would be on the sidewalks, and you have much less of a concern about height.
Yes. I'll say this clearance also is not just for vegetation. We can use it sometimes to be like to park trucks or vehicles across sidewalks when they're supposed to be made clear. I've had some people friends in wheelchairs who have a very hard time accessing sidewalks when they get blocked. So this will just be a way for our code enforcement officers to come talk to people. Recently they had 2 different neighbors who had trees overgrown, and they talked with them and they cleared it off without, you know, anything more formal. So most people will be willing to fix this as soon as they know it's an issue. We just can give them now a clear standard for what to do.
Okay.
So the proposed motion is from the amendment, but with the fire hydrant changes that I sent out yesterday.
And I'm just, we don't, AI can lie, but according to AI in Utah, you can legally ride a bicycle on the sidewalk unless a local ordinance or sign specifically prohibits it. That was just a brief, fast look on AI, so.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I'd like to see a restriction because especially the e-bikes, going on walks with my dog, and the e-bikes that come by, and it's ironic because it's North County Boulevard that has a bicycle lane, but they prefer the sidewalk, and they prefer to go 25 miles an hour past me. I don't know if we're ready to start.
I've had residents
No.
complain about that as
Okay.
well.
I'm sorry, I've got kids that ride e-bikes and I don't want them on the street. I prefer them on the sidewalk.
Even in a lane,
Absolutely.
bicycle lane.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Okay. We probably.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I move that the City Council adopt the proposed amendments to Title 12, Chapter 4 of the Municipal Code as updated by city staff on July 14th, 2025.
I'll second it.
A motion by Doug, second by Scott. Any further discussion need on it before we go to vote? If not, let's go ahead and go to vote, please. And that passes 5-0. We'll now move on to expedited items. We have item number 5A, which is an action item for the financial year 2026 for a truck purchase, and that's Chris.
So in our budget this year, we have budgeted money to buy 3 new vehicles for our Public Works Department. We are intending on buying 3 2025 F-250 crew cabs, XLTs, the 6.8 liter gas vehicles. The cost that we have for each of these vehicles through the state contract is the $53,919. So for the 3 vehicles, it'd be $161,757. We're bringing this to council because it is a large ticket item. Typically what we do is we kind of hand down the older vehicles to the Parks Department, and then when the vehicles, like the oldest ones that we have in the fleet, we will surplus those. We've been able to sell those in the past. Don't usually get a lot of money, but that's kind of been the way that we've ran our fleet program in the past.
So Chris, can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
So these 3 trucks that we're replacing that are moving down, how old are those 3 trucks that you're replacing?
I don't have that information off the top of my head.
Because I thought we'd usually have a list of what we're replacing.
Yeah, we do have a list of vehicles. I can go through and get that information if you'd like.
Do we know roughly how large our fleet is?
I'm not sure how recently the Our list has been updated to
was
show the
just thinking that
surplus
if
vehicles. I do.
we know that we replace 3 every
I do
year,
have a
then-
spreadsheet that has all of our vehicles. Yeah.
So a question I have, why are we buying 250s versus 150s?
I had that kind of same question too, and I asked our fleet manager if that was his intent, and he said that was his intent. I know that we're trying to use this for our parks department and our storm drain and our parks department, and we want to have the ability to tow like we have our pump truck, our trailer that we have. If we ever need to use it to move park equipment, we've got the Kubota. So it's mostly so that we have the ability to haul larger equipment as needed for some of these departments.
I mean, you're purchasing 3 250s versus like 1 250, and we used to purchase a lot of 150s, and I was surprised. I noticed all these were 250s.
Yeah, and they are replacing the older ones that we have are 2500s, so that it's the same capacity of truck. So I think it's kind of replacing them in kind.
Is it a 3/4 ton or 1 ton, the 250?
A 3/4 ton.
3/4 ton. And the 150 is a half ton?
Correct.
Okay.
It just seems like every year or every other year we're buying new trucks, which, I'm sure they're needed. It'd be nice to know just how old the fleet is that we're replacing, how long the lifespan is on these, if they're well maintained, or you plan on using them for 5 years, 7 years. It'd just be interesting because we do buy a lot of trucks in the city.
We do, and Aaron and I have talked in the past about trying to come up with a little bit better of an overall plan on our vehicle purchases and replacements, and get it a lot more structured than what I think it has been in the past.
I would appreciate that, because it's nice to be able to tell our constituents, we keep these trucks for 7 years and then we replace them, or we decommission them, or one thing or other.
And there's definitely a rate of return that you get on these vehicles if you can resell them while they still are holding their value. So I think rather than running them into the ground, we would be better off to have a better cycle of our purchases and replacements.
Well, I think it depends. I mean, if 7 years you're getting $2,000, or let's even say $5,000, but you're going to spend $50, we need to know what the things that even at. I'm one that I have a 1997 Ford F-150. I have a 2002 Ford 350, and they work just great for me. Now, I understand I've driven them, but that's what I'm going. There's a certain point in time where they're just not worth anything at $5,000. Just drive them to the end. You know what I mean? Because you're not getting anything out of them. And the parks guys, to be very open, they beat the trucks. They dent them. They are kind of a little bit more abused. They're getting scratched because they're out there doing a lot of landscaping, checking things. I understand. Hey, let's get them before we lose all the value. What value? At what point are we getting that value? Is I think what you're asking.
That's what I'm asking.
Because if you're so low, just go ahead and don't dispose them. Let's just run with dead. That's what I'm doing in my trucks. I haven't ran them dead yet.
Any vehicle I purchase, I've got a 1999 truck that I still use.
And it works good, doesn't it?
Yeah, by and large.
So I just did a quick search of our fleet inventory, and it had been updated in the last couple months, so it's pretty accurate, I would say. So we have 41 vehicles, and the oldest 3 on the list are a 97, a 98, and a 2002. So we're talking about replacing vehicles that are 23 plus years old at
Are
this
those
point.
the 3 vehicles we're replacing?
Well, we will be replacing newer vehicles, but those newer vehicles will be handed down, so that essentially those are the vehicles that we're replacing. We're just giving.
So what the 3 vehicles you brought up?
Parks is like the little brother, right? When Big Brother outgrows its clothes, it goes down to Parks, basically.
Yeah,
if you think of it that way. For the library, yeah.
For the library. Yeah, it makes sense.
We help the general fund departments. Yeah.
Would you like to make a motion, or you need more information? If you're not needing more information,
I move the City Council approve the purchase of the 3 new trucks in the total amount of $161,000. I like 1,600. $161,757.
Second.
Motion by Ron, second by Doug.
Do we need to include any language in the motion about the vendor or authorizing city staff to do anything? Or is simply approving the purchase sufficient?
They're just buying them off the state contract. Rob, that was kind of a question to you. We need to be specific who we're buying them from, I guess. Okay, Chris, while he's looking that up, so if a resident says, okay, I'm going to go get me a new F Ford 13250, is this what our goal? Now the residents go, okay, the state contract's 53,919. I need to go beat that deal out there as I go to the dealer.
Yeah, they were armed with information.
Yeah.
What if we set off the state contract, maybe?
That's what I
the
was
state
thinking,
contract.
So are you proposing a friendly amendment?
I seek unanimous consent, Mr. Mayor, to amend the motion accordingly.
And are you okay with that amendment? Okay. So that has been amended to add to the state, off the state contract. Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and we'll go to vote. Yeah, it was Ron was the first, Doug was the second.
Okay.
Doug made the thing and you agreed to his.
Yep.
Okay, that passes 4-1. Okay, we'll now go on to number 6A. This is the fence code. Clarification, this is Rob Patterson.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We briefly discussed this last time, but it was very late. So we're briefly discussing it again. As you all know, we've talked about fences a lot. Our fence code generally says for a lot of our fence corridors, you have to have you can only have 4 feet of privacy. Top 2 feet have to be open unless it's essentially a smaller corridor, not as long. Our code doesn't really distinguish between corridors that have trails and corridors that don't have trails. It just says open space and trails. And so I'm just asking for clarification. This came out of specifically this property here, Foxwood Estates. You can see the property owner built a private privacy fence along a trail corridor. The council's also approved maintenance agreements for the property owners to the just other side of the fence to maintain their landscaping lawn there. We don't have any plans to build a trail, and there's not really a way for us to build a trail now because it doesn't go anywhere. It just goes right into private property that we don't own and we can't take for a trail. So, and here's just some pictures of it. One thing I did want to highlight, you can kind of see it right here. That fence is a privacy fence because the trail just north of it wasn't ever designated as a trail corridor. It's just the Workman property until Foxwood Estates came in. So they were allowed to put in a privacy fence because there was kind of a general plan to have a trail in this location, but not specifically next to them. So they got to put a privacy fence in, but these people, potentially under our code, would not be allowed to because even though we don't have a trail there, we have said at some point we may want to put a trail there, and we've reserved property for it. So there seems to be a little bit of disconnect there, and so we're not asking to change the code. I have some flexibility in the code. I just want to understand the council's intent. Should I be telling them, tear down this wall, build it 4 feet privacy, 2 feet open because we may have a trail there? Or can I tell them, you're allowed to have the fence, but I'm going to put a condition on the permit that says if we ever do build a trail there, that fence, if it's ever replaced, rebuilt, we'll have to then meet our fencing standards and openness at that time.
My concern about this is if any of those 3 residents put up a privacy fence, we'd make them tear it down.
That's what I'm asking for clarification on.
Well, exactly.
Right now.
So I am, it's sad that they went ahead without a fence permit, which would have, had they applied for a fence permit, which they should have done, they would have been told what they need to put in. They did not do that. They put it in without a fence permit. And I'm not one that feels very sympathetic. I think they need to put in the right type of fence. It's a trail corridor, and then you start asking yourself, okay, will we ever put a trail there? We don't know that. We don't know what's going to happen in 10 or 15 years, but it is a corridor that at some point was designed for a trail. That's why it's a trail corridor. And if it's designed for a trail potentially down the road, even further than we can see, then we can't have privacy fences where they're really not supposed to be.
Can I ask a question? So the one section of property, the city doesn't have an easement or doesn't own the property for trail. That's the Workman property. If they develop that someday, are we going to insist that they have a trail corridor there?
So this is part of Foxwood. This was just developed. We had already asked them to give us the trail here and then kind of all along, and then it goes up over to City Center.
Right.
We tried to get an extra trail access through there, and Todd Train kindly said, we've given enough trails.
So, but the private property that's in orange, that's what I'm talking
North.
about. You don't have an easement through there for a trail?
We do not.
So, Scott, if you remember, this happened probably in 2017, 18. We had a plan for a trail where it's a city trail up in this top area here. We actually had this down as an option to come from down this way, and I think we decided not to. We moved that off the trail plan. Now, that doesn't mean, I think this private property owners actually inquired the city about if they'd be interested. The way this trail that comes, and I'm now going to change my color so we can kind of, if you come up in here, there is a trail that comes back this way on that Dray Creek Lake. Does that make sense? And so they've curved it in. It's unfortunate, we don't know. I mean, you always could go talk to that property owner if the city wanted to acquire it. They could acquire trail access. It's a wash down here in this area that, but it'd be up to that private property owner. Did that private property owner come and talk with you a little bit about this?
I don't know if it was the person who actually ended up buying it or not. Someone who was looking at this property talked to me.
So I guess where I'm coming from is I have a little problem. I know that's a trail corridor. We did agree to maintenance agreements for some of those homes where the dotted line is, but we don't have any plans to build that trail, nor do we have any plans to put it through that private property. So I'm not sure where a trail would go there. So I bet we never build it. I guess I have a hard time. I know they should have got a fence permit ahead of time. I agree with that. That's a concrete wall. I know how expensive those are. And I just have a hard time saying, well, you need to tear this down and rebuild it because it's by a trail corridor for a trail that we're never going to build. I think that we need to give our plan developing and our city attorney maybe a little flexibility on this. I don't know. That's kind of where I'm coming from. I just have a little hard time.
I agree with you, Scott.
If that were public property instead of private property, we would not be having this discussion, correct? Because we would have visibility into that, and so you could put up a privacy.
Correct. In fact, where I have the kind of thick blue line, they are allowed to put in a privacy fence because we changed the code to say basically as long as you're visible from public areas within 300 feet, which both sides are, you can have privacy fences. So those homes on the south side are all allowed to have privacy fences along the trail corridor. It's just as soon as you go north, then we're too far away from the street. Right. If there were another street on top of it, we'd be fine. And I'll say this is kind of one good example of it. There are some other areas like up in Beacon Hills where we own 15, 20-foot corridors. We have no idea when we're going to build a trail there. They've been reserved for it for how many years. If they ask to put in a fence, it seems odd to say you can't have a privacy fence because we have a 20-foot trail corridor that then backs onto just wide open mountain space. So I would probably apply a similar, if the council's saying our intent really wasn't to prohibit privacy fence at this location, I'd probably do a similar thing for those folks as well if they asked.
And just a little addition, because I bet those people that live on the west side there that we approved maintenance agreements are more than happy to have that privacy fence on the other side. So sure I think it really would stir up a hornet's nest to make them turn it down.
So here's a question I have, and I'm not necessarily agreeing. Okay, my question is where I put the yellow X's has a 2-foot privacy fence, so it appears they didn't get a fence permit. And I'm not trying to, we all like Todd, but Todd knows the city's requirements. You're supposed to come get a fence permit. Todd doesn't come get a fence permit because he's our old city engineer. Where the X's are at, he does the 2-foot open on it. Yeah. But then as he comes up on this other area, he doesn't. But he doesn't come get a fence permit. And
There's
I'm
no
not saying,
excuse for that.
And I'm going, why did they not come get it? If you've asked, why did they not get a fence permit?
Are you talking about the north side of where those X's are?
Yes.
No, the red one, isn't it?
When we approved the Foxwood development,
This is
we had them put in a fence along the trail corridor per our standards, and at the time, it was required that they be 4 feet privacy and 2 feet open on top, so that's what Todd put in there and on the northeast side of the property as well. Even though now, he actually could have put it in a privacy fence. I don't know why we didn't get a fence permit for this property here, but we noticed it when we were going out about these maintenance agreements, and so we thought we'd get some clarification.
Council, what would you
And-
like to do? You want to give staff, like Scott says, staff some flexibility here? Or?
This is really kind of tangential, but that privacy fence that you pointed out that's on the south side of where Kurt marked with the yellow X's, at this point, it was perfectly legitimate for them to put a privacy fence in when they did. At this point, if they were tearing it down and replacing it, it would have to be a 4 foot with 2 foot open because it's now along a trail. Is that?
I'd have to double check the length of the trail, potentially.
Oh, that's right. If there isn't visibility, right, yep.
But there's other places where we've acquired a trail post a fence being put in, and we don't have them tear down their fence.
So I think we have kind of two issues here. One, I'm totally agreeing that Todd should have got a fence permit. And I mean, he's former city engineer, surely he would know that. So I think that that's inexcusable. I just have a hard time making them tear down this concrete fence that I'm sure both sides of the property owners love, because I don't think we'll ever build a trail there. So I'm just trying to be kind of pragmatic. But at the same time, I'm wondering if maybe we ought to look at our codes and just say, hey, people need to know that they need to get fence permits, and maybe there should be some sort of fine or something if people fail to do that. I don't know. I mean, I hate to be mean to people, but we do have things that we need to there's reasons why we have some of these codes. I don't know what other people think, but it's kind of like it's always, we've got the code, you need to do this, people should know you should do it, but then they just ignore it. And is that okay? I don't know, city attorney. I don't know, what do you think?
Are we being? My question is this one? And I'm just good. We had a city engineer, a former city engineer, that says, hey, if they don't know, they'll be forgiving on this. Or it's convoluting the problem because we're going, this is definitely one that knows, and kind of put the nose up. And I really like Todd, but this is one that was putting a nose up to us, saying, I'm not going to abide by the code.
Yeah, that bothers me.
If those three property owners wanted to put a privacy fence in, what would we tell them?
Depending on the decision that we make, we might tell them, yes, go for it.
It might be a yes.
And then we have really the whole idea of open spaces, and the reason we have this ordinance is just we throw it away. We flush it down the toilet. Because there is public people that go down there for a walk. They walk down to the end and they come back. Or they walk down and go through the gully. Those people would love a privacy fence. We're going to tell them no, unless we really want to have a corridor that has privacy fences on both sides and really undo everything we've spent all this time through our ordinances and enforcement to have open spaces and the right environment for our residents. That privacy fence is not the right environment for a corridor.
Yeah, and I'm not arguing in favor of telling them that, yes, they can put up a privacy fence, but one of the options that we're looking at is if it's a trail corridor but there's no trail, then it's fair game to put it up. But then and that's what I'm saying, that if that's the decision that we make, then we would tell those three property owners yes.
In the future.
Right. I think and Ron, you bring up a really good point. Yes. You grant it here, you always give this one exception, and they'll all come back in and says, well, you gave it here, I want to be the same exception.
Yes.
So
It's a tough one. I feel so passionately about this if it weren't for all the problems we gave those residents when they wanted a privacy fence. We made them jump through hoops, and we finally gave it to them with a 300-foot maximum. And why we allow somebody to disregard our ordinance, our code, and not require them to put it in correctly, I don't understand that personally.
Which residents did we get a bunch of grief to about needing to put up?
The residents from I'd have to look at the map.
Going on the south side, the solid blue line, they came in.
Those three residents are the ones that wanted the privacy.
We let them keep the privacy fence, didn't we?
Yeah, we did, up to 300 feet, but we made them jump through hoops to do it.
But
In this, he
But they
didn't jump
got
through
one.
hoops.
I
he
mean,
just did it.
to me, it sounds like you're arguing in favor of allowing the privacy fence here. Because
No,
you're
it's for
saying,
the
because you're
300
saying
feet.
that we had residents who put up a privacy fence against city ordinances, and then we decided, oh, no, we'll make an exception that allows you to keep that privacy fence.
Privacy fences up. They asked us to put it up, to
I thought
change
there
the
was
ordinance.
at least one of them that already had it up.
No, nobody had it up. There's only 2 homes along there,
On the south side of the
on the
street.
south side.
I don't know that
It's
that
the second
area
home in.
had privacy fences, but I know there were other areas where we did change the code as part of that big
It
fence
wasn't
code
here.
update.
Oh,
where
okay.
They had
Perhaps
installed
not.
fences.
Rob,
Okay.
where would we see, if we say we're okay with privacy fences here, where else do we see this now starting to apply else to the city?
I'll bring up a map.
Does that make sense? I mean,
Yeah,
by
right.
doing this,
But I think we're just arguing to give Rob a little more flexibility in some of this stuff.
what would be your flexibility? How would you work through this in this category to keep our open where they have to have it along a trail corridor versus it starting to become now this is the standard?
I would look at our trails master plan and talk with Public Works and say, okay, if it's not on our trails master plan and we don't have a plan in the near 5-10 years to build a trail, say, okay, it looks like
Space.
that might be a trail, but it's not in the near enough future that I'd be, based on kind of this discussion, I would say, okay, I'll allow a privacy fence. I'll just put a stipulation on the permit saying, just so you know, more formal than that, but if you rebuild this fence and there is a trail that has been put in, you may be required to alter the design of the fence.
Right.
So now let's go big. So I look, okay, we're up in the Beacon Hills area. We were talking about,
Yes.
it's taken forever, but we have an area up there that we're trying to now maybe resolve some trail things where we haven't had it there, but we've had some encroachments. But I could see that they go, hey, I went and put my privacy fence, but now we're looking, we probably need to put a trail in to get access because that property owner that's to the north is cutting everyone off.
Yep. So the areas I'm thinking of, this is unannexed area over here. We have this corridor that runs here. We actually have some little trails down here, but there's no trail there. There's been some encroachments that we could work on, but I don't know that we're planning on building that trail. Just, it's not a higher priority because it's right next to a road on the other side. Now, if that area annexes in, we have some connections, that might be a great place to connect. Similar, also Beacon Hills just up here. This is kind of where we've been talking about, maybe going up into the Hog Hollow area. We'll want a connection over here into Alpine where we've reserved trail corridors on the edges of Highland City. Again, those are areas where under our code, it's a 20-foot wide corridor. I'd have to have them be open. It does feel a little odd because you'd have an open fence against a wide open mountain space on the other side.
That's
But-
so the deer can get in.
Yes, so the deer can get in and eat their gardens.
What he's talking about, this trail here is not in, but as the property owner here to the north starts to develop, it cuts off the trail access here coming up. This one at the blue X is where Alpine has a trailhead, and they're going to lose their trailhead up to the Hog Hollow area. And so that's where we're saying where the green line's at. It might be we want to try to put trail, because Highland then would own all that other area over there to get trail access to it going up that way. Does that make, so is what, we'll be talking about that. I think you've been seeing us talk through things that's been going through Draper City, but that would be, okay, coming back to the fence issue, right now there's not a trail. They could come build a solid fence right now, but yet in the future I can foresee a trail going in there.
Right. So I guess what we're trying to decide is, are we going to give Rob some flexibility if the chances are that the trail will never be built, if people can put a privacy fence
that that is not going to be a trail corridor. To your point, Councilmember Smith, you're never going to put a trail through there, especially because you don't own that one section. So this is really more for access. Now, that could have been a little bit of an excuse after the fact, but that was some of his reasoning as well, at least when we talked to him.
Did he have an excuse for not getting the fence permit?
No.
So that's kind of one of the issues.
And he neglected, in his argument, he said, well, that's just for access, but we do have a small easement on, I can't read that small, whatever that lot is, right there, that is a trail easement, right? It's not just an access easement, it is for a trail, so he.
Sure. So I think there's a couple issues. I think we're all in agreement about the need for the permit. I think it's just kind of whether we want them to tear this fence down.
If I had to guess how it would have happened is I would have gone a fence permit for a privacy fence. I would have said, I can't approve this. And then we would have had this conversation just without the fence being built.
Beforehand.
Yes. Because he would have been said, you don't have a trail here. Why can't we do? And so we would have been here. We just wouldn't have had a fence be built yet.
And my take on that is that if there is somebody who has a reasonable argument for why it should be different, I think that that's something that probably should come to council and take a look at, okay, is there an exception that we can carve out to the privacy fence case before they build the fence? It is a very different situation to me if somebody has not bothered to get a fence permit and puts in a fence and then argues that, well, yeah, that's your rule, but it's a bad rule. I have a lot less sympathy in that case.
My biggest concern about this is the treatment of residents versus the treatment of a developer. This is a developer that we're giving a break to that I don't know that we would give those residents the same break. Had they done the same thing, I don't know that we would. And if that's the case, I don't want to make that distinction. I don't want to give in to a developer when we would not likely give in to a resident.
I mean, we have given in to residents who've built, fences without permits and come in and pled their case. I was Chris Shipley with the cul-de-sac. We gave in to him. He didn't have a fence permit. He, built his fence a few feet too far, and we said, you know what, it makes sense. It makes sense to have your fence where you had it, so you don't have to tear down your fence. You don't have to have he had to do semi-private also. And so then we went and gave an exception as well.
I have talked to all those 3 residents, and none of them want that trail back there. They want a privacy fence.
Mm-hmm.
We told them they couldn't do it. The only ones we allowed is up to 300 feet from the street.
But they got a privacy fence that they didn't have to pay for.
They do, but it's on the other side. There's still
Right.
public access in their yards. They don't have any privacy. They have no privacy. You walk down that trail, you could just keep going straight and go down the gully and out, or you can go down and come back. It's a public access corridor. And because it's a public access corridor, we have rules in terms of what the fencing needs to be. And privacy fence is not allowed except for 300 feet from and we changed that for the residents, and good for us.
Right.
That was a wonderful change. But that's far more than 300 feet. And I just worry that if those residents would have put that up, what would we have told them? Oh, that's okay?
So how wide is the corridor there, Rob?
20 feet.
20 feet. So they theoretically could not put up a privacy fence on their
I
side?
think we said 30, they can 20.
Well, I thought we revised that,
No, that's right.
depending
I
on
think
how,
it's 20, it's
yeah.
30 feet, they can put privacy.
For
20
30 for sure, but it can be 20 if you have the visual.
I guess, okay, because this is a former employee, I always had, are we giving in because we like that former employee and have a relationship? If you can say, no, that has not bearance in the decision, then you can go, I think what Ron's asking, if these 3 residents would come in and ask, is this something you'd grant? And then how would you like staff to deal with it?
Honestly, I'm more inclined to say, no, you can't have the fence because it's a former employee. Because that's evidence to me that they knew.
Should have known better.
Yes.
Rest of the council?
I just want to say that it's not easy, knowing that that is a great expense. It's not an easy decision to stand on that principle. But I have to stand on that principle if I want fairness. If I am going to treat a developer, a resident, the same as a developer and vice versa. And that's my angst here. It is a former employee. It's somebody that should have known better. And to say, I don't know how, he absolutely knows that we require a fence permit. Absolutely. And he put it in, and he's now asking for forgiveness. And I'm sorry, I just can't find myself to be sympathetic. And I hate making a decision that costs that developer so much money. I don't like to do that. But I can't compromise the principle.
So, Ron, I agree with most of what you're saying there. I guess the question is have we talked to those 3 or 4 residences along there, and would they be happy if we made them tear that fence down and put 2 feet open on the top?
That's a good idea.
I kind of think they actually probably like that fence now because it is a privacy fence for them that they
It's
didn't
not
have
privacy
to,
from the people walking that trail.
Well, are
We
there a
say
lot of
the
people
trail
walking
ends,
up and
but
down on
the
that
people
except
walking up and down
neighborhood?
that trail. When I went there to meet those residents, there were people walking up and down that trail.
Really?
And I'm going, where are you going? But they were walking it.
So that you did see people walking in that
Yes,
grass area?
absolutely did. It
Where were they
was
going?
a couple and a dog. A couple and a dog went down there the one time, and it was a single person the second time.
Really?
Did they live there?
No. Well, I don't know. They were walking it, and they walked the trail, and instead of turning right, they went straight
Well,
down to the
They walk
gully.
the open space. There isn't a
They
trail
walk
there.
at the open space. It's open, and those residents, those 3 residents, none of them like that behind them. They don't feel they have any privacy. And to say they have privacy now, it's still open. It's still a corridor, and there's still access, public access, and a trail that goes right to the end of it here. And the likelihood that people will wander down there into their backyards, they don't have that privacy.
So I understand that part of the argument, but don't you think they still have a little more privacy from the neighborhood east of them?
Well, they do from the neighborhood, but their privacy is from the access, the public access. That corridor is public access.
It's hard because you both make good arguments.
I think it's a good idea. What Scott brings up is let's ask the residents what they would like to do. Are you okay with keeping it the way it is? And if they say yes, then I can.
I would
support
assume they
that.
would because
They're
it
going to
gives-
say yes.
I can assume they would because it gives them privacy.
Well,
Absolutely guaranteed. We don't need to
I'd
ask
say
them.
yes. I didn't have to pay for
I'm
it.
not going to assume a thing.
Well, I understand both sides, and this is when it becomes a hard thing on the council, but I am disappointed that the former employee didn't get a fence permit. I mean,
There's difference between where the former employee was the city engineer and would know the code. Does that versus someone that worked in our parks department and never been around the fences? That's
And to be fair, when I say former employee, I'm less likely to say yes, keep it there. The reality is that that's basically what I'm basically saying is a developer, really, because I would expect a developer to be aware of that as much as a former city employee. I mean, it's not just that he's a former employee.
so Mayor, this is a discussion item, right?
Yes, we're just
Don't
looking for
we have to
direction.
just give
Yeah,
some guidance to the council? Because I think we've given all kinds of guidance.
One last thing I thought about with the conversation of ask the residents what they think. So the whole point of the reason that you have an open style fencing along a trail corridor is to provide a feeling of safety for people who are on trails. And so if you define what residents are we asking residents who are going to be who currently apparently use this property already, because it's just as much their property as it is the residents directly to the east. Now I say that knowing I absolutely, I get why it makes sense to let them have a privacy fence because we have no plans in the foreseeable future to put in that trail. I understand that. Right. But just kind of, as you're thinking about what do the residents want, we always should try to keep in mind the residents at large.
Yeah, you're right.
I would never thought they'd be walking there. And now hearing residents are walking.
No,
it's a trail. It's a trail corridor without a trail. I mean, they're walking on public property.
I spent a lot of time there. I mean, probably total 4 or 5 hours. And conversation with one particular resident in particular that was a long, long conversation. But in 2 occasions, it was a couple and a dog, and then it was a guy alone, just walking the trail and then turned around and came back.
So,
How about if we just go 1-to-1 and each express our opinion?
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Kim wanted to say something.
I agree with you, Scott.
Okay, she'd like to say something. We're going to start down here with Brittany. Can you give can you give staff, each one of you are going to kind of give what you'd like to see staff, this is a discussion item, how would you like them to move forward on this item?
So I agree with Scott and Kim that I would like to give Rob some leeway. But my question was, like this fence thing, it's not just a thing for trail corridors, right? It's also for open space.
Correct.
So I guess to me, when I just started thinking about it now, I was thinking what open space, to Ron's point, right, of needing to apply it to the city at large. I was thinking about what open space would this affect as well. And I think that's a thing I feel like I didn't think about until right now, so I don't know, but that was my
So what's your direction to staff? I'm sorry.
question. Well, I mean, I had that question, I guess. I tend to agree with Scott and Kim, but I have the question about because we're not just talking about trails, we're also talking about open space.
If this is just open space, could they have an enclosed fence on open space?
So the way the code's been written for a long, long time with fences is it just says trails and open space has this 4-foot, 2-foot requirement.
And open space.
Yes, and that's what's currently in the code, trails and open space. Now, I don't think we've ever, at least in my time here, specifically talked about trail versus open space. It's just kind of been, when we have these little corridors, this is what we want. So that's why I was asking for clarification, because we do have these open space areas that might be narrow, whether they're planned as part of a trail or not.
So I guess that was kind of what I was thinking is we're not just talking about trail corridors, we're also talking about open space. And where this is not a planned trail corridor, it is planned open space. So should the rules be different if it's a narrow strip of open space? So I guess I lean towards giving Rob the discretion, but I feel like that's something that we would need to talk about more, is these more narrow sections of open space. Do we classify them the same way we would as a trail for fence purposes? Does that make sense?
That makes a lot of sense. I mean, I'm very hesitant to suggest it, but do you want me to bring up the fence code again?
I mean, I don't know if anybody else has that concern. That was just what I was wondering.
It would be a good thing to clarify, because we never really delved into that distinction before.
Well, yeah, are you finished?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. So I think I've made my opinion pretty clear. I think I'm going to defer to Rob's judgment on this certain situation. I am disappointed that there wasn't a fence permit. However, over in Wilmington, and I think the the trail corridor is bigger there, but the hollows, or the name of that, they're putting up solid along a trail corridor as well. And I think the trail corridor is a little wider there, but they're putting up solid fences, and we're not making them tear it down because it's on a trail corridor. So I think we just need to maybe address the fence ordinance a little more, because it's just really tough. But I'm going to defer to your judgment on this. I think we could be hard-nosed and say, tear this fence down. And I think Ronald Reagan said that one time. But
I was going to say, I'm old enough that it just seems like Mr. Gorbachev should be ahead of that.
Yeah. But I think we're going to defer to you on this.
You just call Scott Ronald Reagan.
Tear the fence down.
First name right here.
Okay, Doug, what would you like to see happen here?
I would like to, let me rephrase that. I do think that we should revisit the fence ordinance, specifically with an eye toward open space. That my inclination with regard to this specific issue is that unless we can take a look at things and convince ourselves that a trail corridor is not a trail, which actually isn't a big jump for me necessarily, and that this is not open space, according to that code, then it needs to come down. But that I don't want to make that decision without somebody from the developer here being able to rebut it and argue their point. I don't care if it's taught or not. It feels like before we tell somebody you need to take that big fence
Leave
down,
it up
we
to
need to
Rob's
give them a chance
discretion.
to argue their side.
Rob's
$2,000
discretion.
fence.
Okay. And Ron?
My question would be, if we have trail corridors, why do we have them if it's not for potential future trail? Maybe the answer is it'll never be a trail. I don't. Then why do we have them? Is it open space? Maybe it's like Brittany
says
saying. Maybe
it's
it's
open
open
space.
space, but still, it's now defined as a trail corridor. If they applied for a fence permit, I believe Rob would have done the 40-20 requirement, and I stand by that. I really, and I hate making decisions that I know is causing pain to a developer. But I'm sorry, you should have gotten a fence permit, and I feel bad that I have to do this, but I feel like I have to do it to be fair, that we treat the developer the same as we would another resident, had that resident across the way put something up there, we would have required them to take it down. I really believe that.
Okay, now staff, specifically you, Rob, do you feel like you've gotten understanding and direction, or do you have questions?
I heard a slight inclination in favor of potentially allowing this with some conditions, and also potentially revisiting the code to distinguish between trail corridors and open space.
And I kind of get the sense, I sense that Brittany and Scott and Kim have kind of lead it that way. So, okay.
Thank you for the good discussion.
Okay, a lot of this. Okay, we'll now move on to our next item. These are communication items only. This is 7A. It's an update on the sprinkler and park maintenance. Chris, can you please give us an update on how we're doing here?
Well,
Oh my.
This looks
I
like
have
my
some
yard.
pictures of some of the filters that, these are just the head filters. When we had our earlier discussion presentation from Ernie Johns, he stated that we were using our AF water for our irrigation from the start of the season. But for us to pressurize and charge our PI system, we had to turn on Deer Creek water. And in the past years, we have had problems with our filters once we start using more Deer Creek water. It doesn't usually hit the system until July, because that's when we start using that water. But because of the Weir project that we had going on, we couldn't get enough water into our PI system to charge it within that 2 weeks that we usually charge it. So one of the things that we didn't expect to happen was our filters got clogged a lot earlier in the year than what we have always seen before.
Okay, so let me just ask you on this filter, because you can use this as an excuse. Yep. Are your filters different than what my filter would be in my yard? Meaning, do you have a filter system before it gets to my yard?
Yes.
Or are these the filters that I now have out? Because I went and cleaned mine and scrubbed them. Okay, let's go see. To be honest, my filters don't look like this. Now, I have sprinklers that are 20 or 30 years old. I can get the little sprinkler heads here, look at that. But my filter doesn't look anything like this. So that was my question. Are these filters that are filtering all water for the whole city, or is this just for a park area that you're trying to?
Those are just for individual park areas.
So it's just like mine.
We have our main filters, and I didn't have, because some of our PI guys have cleaned out those, and some of our parks guys have been cleaning out those. We have cleaned out every irrigation system filter we have at least once this year. Most of them multiple times. Some of them we have cleaned them weekly because we've just been having issues.
But why is the city getting more dirty filters than like a resident?
I don't know that we necessarily are. It might be in certain areas of the city, but I know we have received a lot of complaints from residents. And when we've gone out to tell them to check their filters, a lot of them have come back and said, yeah, these are bad. We've actually, several occasions, have had our PI employees go out and help residents change their filters, and they have had issues with their filters. Yes.
On the new pump station on 6000 West, do we have better filters there? Because that's water that comes out of the canal.
We do.
So when that comes online, that may help.
I certainly hope so, yeah.
So in my neighborhood, we have our own private irrigation system, and I have to clean my filter really if I want it to work well at least every couple of weeks. And, so I run into the same thing. You just get fish and whatever in it, because our water comes out of a pond, and, that's sad that you have to do all that work.
Okay, so anyway, you're talking about filters. Go ahead and you can kind of keep going.
So I just wanted to give that to the council. I wanted to, go down and look at a few specific areas and just let the council know kind of what we've been looking at. So with Heritage Park, we've done a top dressing on that. We've overseeded it and we've fertilized it.
It looks better.
We've changed
What's
out.
top dressed? I don't get what that means. Top dressed.
I thought it sounded really good, and that's what Josh told me. In my mind, it was it had more to do with
It's a special green.
It's
I gotcha.
Okay, we understand.
Is it the green?
I'll
No.
text my landscaper husband. Keep going.
I thought it had something to do with the overseeding and fertilizing, and that it was just kind of all part of that same process. But honestly, we'll see what we get back on that.
I'm sure you've looked at the option of grubs, because my lawn ended up with grubs, and I was able to clear it out when the brown spots with grub granules.
When I drive down Alpine Highway, there's those areas where you can see the dirt, and to me that looks like it is a grub issue, and I definitely have mentioned that to Josh, and I know that he's been ordering and putting down some pesticides. That's me driving by. It's not me stopping and actually seeing if the grass is pulling up, but that's the indication I get on some of those areas, especially along the highway.
Yeah, with Ernie gone, what we said last week or last meeting still applies.
What is he?
And then just the last bullet point I have on that, the main filter's been removed and power washed. I've included a couple pictures of Heritage Park just so you can see. I think it is looking better.
It is looking
better. You can see some yellow spots. But, this is over in the last couple weeks. It's going to take some time to do that. Alpine Highway, mainline filters cleaned and replaced. We've replaced 50 spray heads. The screens cleared and replaced. And we've added one additional day to the timers now. So we are watering the Alpine Highway 4 days a week. We're still just watering 3 days a week on our other open spaces. I will say, since the last meeting we've had, as I'm driving around during the day, I see water on more frequently. So even if we are still only watering 3 times a day, it seems like we're still putting more water down.
3 times a week, you mean?
Three times a week, yes. I guess for clarification, most of our parks are watered twice through the cycle that they have on the 3-day-a-week schedule. So SR 92, we fertilized, mainline filter cleaned and replaced twice, and then 100 spray heads along 92. And I guess if I'm being totally honest, I think 92 still has some work to be done on it. It's still looking a little bit yellow. The community center, we have gotten temporary power. Well, we've gotten power to a temporary control box. I think Josh mentioned before he had been placing a hose and just watering it by hose, and somehow that hose kept getting turned off. I think it's looking greener. I think there's still one section kind of on the north end that's closer to where we have the new parks building that still looks really sad. So we'll be figuring out what's going on with
we
that.
We can't lose those big trees. I mean, some of them are looking like they're not doing.
Some of them are looking. I think they're old enough that I think they still have that ability to withstand some drought conditions. But I did specifically talk to Josh about that last week. To make sure he was aware and to make sure that he's addressing it. I know just approving RECs, one of the RECs that we've approved this week is for some iron as well, and I think that's probably for this area, for the trees and for the grass base there.
So
on
Chris,
the community center,
Yeah.
regarding the railing, will it be ready for the
Going up today.
It's going up. They've started putting it up this week.
Very good.
So
Great.
we did have a discussion with the contractor last week. We said it will be installed by the 24th at the latest.
So when the community center and the new park maintenance building is finished, are we going to get the landscaping in there pretty quickly?
I hope so. Yeah, I know we've been talking and communicating that with the contractor. I haven't seen the exact timing of when the landscape is going to go in. And I guess the only concern I would have is part of it making sure that it's, sometimes it doesn't get established well when we have warmer temperatures. So some of it, I think most of it, what we have in that area in between though is mostly shrubs and rock that we have.
Right.
So, yeah.
So, I mean, and the fire chief's not going to particularly like this, but I'm just wondering why you couldn't bring a fire truck up and water those trees and just practice fighting a fire around the community center.
There it is, Chief. How
could you just bring up some
How big
water,
are the trees?
Water them.
the trees are
Around the
almost
community center,
on
they're
fire.
almost
You know,
dead.
they're saying it's so
Yeah,
dry.
we'll knock them right over. 1,000
No,
gallons a
we
minute.
just want you to do the baby water.
We don't do baby water. Go big or go home. That's what I say.
Good practice.
I'd be actually worried about flooding the community center through the door.
Oh, come on.
There's only one way to find out.
Let's save the trees.
Anyway, we appreciate, because the community center appreciate that, so.
Just overall, we've put out 28 pallets of fertilizer, over 1,120 bags have been broadcasted. Regarding the painting, we haven't really started the painting yet. Josh had wanted to use the Kubota. It's not available right now, so we're trying to re-equip one of the other trucks that we have to spray it.
Why don't we instead call it painting, we're call it the Scottish greens. And we'll just, we're doing Scottish greens as we go out in the
Highland
parks.
Not a bad idea.
So they've kind of been focused on just the permanent fixes, but they do want to start doing some of that painting. We'll probably start in some of the smaller areas just as kind of a trial, make sure it doesn't look too funky and make sure that we get the formula kind of toned in as best we can, and then seeing how it goes, we hope to deploy that more widely after that.
Well, since I brought this up last week, I just want to thank you for all the effort. And I understand it's a dry year. We're going to have to start really being careful with our water supplies and different things. But I just think in the future, if we can kind of work to get some of these things done early in the season, so at least we have a couple months when things look nice until the water kind of, it depends on the year. I mean, 2 years ago we were flooding. Yeah. This year we're dry. And it's just hard to say. But I think, all efforts we can make to maintain the city so it looks nice. Because in the summer, the parks, the trails, the parkways are the face of the city. And, it's just hard to explain to residents why things don't look as good as they could. And one thing I would like you to emphasize is, trees anymore cost $500 to $1,000 a whack. So I think we need to be pretty careful whatever we do to keep our trees alive. And if there's a dead tree, get it out. I mean, there was one cut off down by Apple Blossom. It's still kind of in the park area there. And, you maybe have a procedure there. But I think when there's less dead trees, I think people are happier too. So I appreciate all your effort.
Thank you.
So I do want to tell you thank you also. I think the staff needs to hear thank you. I know we can see certain areas we're driving, they are. I don't want to be a naysayer, but I was a little embarrassed going to the Beacon Hills area today. I thought, okay, we're focusing here. I was a little embarrassed as we were up in that area because it looked really kind of bad. Yes. And there's some areas. I'm not saying we are improving. I recognize that it takes steps. And we went out, we talked about 2 weeks ago. We went out, and I know you guys went back up to the viewpoint. We've been up in that viewpoint area. I know that there's several things there. We're just hoping to keep seeing improvement. It is like Scott's saying, it's the face of the city, and as elected officials, we kind of, I'll be very blunt on that. I always worry, since I'm not running for mayor, someone might say, you took your eye off the ball and look what happened. And no, we're focused. I understand the staff is too. I understand everyone's focused and trying to do the best they can. So, thank you.
Thank you.
I did have just one other picture that I thought.
This is up in Viewpoint.
No, this is Apple Blossom.
Oh, is it?
So
Okay.
just right off of Canal Boulevard.
Oh, yes.
And,
okay.
I had taken a kind of a before picture, mostly because it was so bad looking. And this is another picture I took from nearly the same spot today. And I think, it shows that there has been some improvement. There's still obviously some yellow. There's still some dry spots, but
at least it's striped.
I have a question. I guess when you saw this happening. Why did it have to come to the residents being the ones coming and complaining, city council coming and complaining? Like, I feel like this should have all done and been proactive, so this never happened in the first place. And this is something we've heard year after year after year. And so this is just basically me looking and saying, are you doing the bare minimum? Are you taking pride in your work? And that's what I do when I do my job. Am I doing the bare minimum, or am I actually doing work in order to be proud of it? And so I think that's something to think about. When you see a problem, fix it. Don't have us have to listen to the residents and, you know, come up with excuses as well. There's no excuse for it. If you see a problem, just fix it.
I agree with Kim. As do I. 2 times in.
Sorry, I totally say what's on my mind and I'm blunt, but yeah, that was something that the public has really complained about, and we have felt it as city council.
I mean, as I went up, there was one up across from Ridgeline Elementary that's like the grass all in the middle of the median was just totally dead, and the trees, I'm going, we're losing those trees. And I was kind of going, could we not see that a couple of weeks earlier to try to grab something? But I understand there's a lot. I mean, we're maintaining a lot. I've been surprised. This year does seem to be a little heavier, and I understand maybe the heat hit us. We didn't have fertilizer on and things. I am anxious to see the improvements. Like he's showing pictures here. This was an area when we went there last week, Chris. We're going, what's going on here? You know, and so it is nice to see it starting to green up. So, and yet here we have this Ernie Johns talking all about water, and we're saying get the water on.
But he's gone.
But I also
he's not
pointed
here,
out.
So.
I also pointed out to Ernie John that the Art Dye Park is pristine.
I understand.
I was smiling for that one. I
Anyway,
appreciate that.
you have some other pictures or other
And I
things?
appreciate you bringing this picture to us.
And
I'm
I think
sure
that-
that wasn't easy, but you did, so thank you.
And I think one of the things that Ernie said is important for us to remember also going forward, that they're prioritizing what are the areas that are really important to keep in good shape. And it seems to me like probably maybe our first priority is making sure that we don't lose a bunch of trees. The second priority is those high priority, used area, the fields, and make sure they're in good shape. And that current state of the park that you showed, if it is not a high use field area and the trees aren't in danger because of that, I think that looks exactly perfect for this year.
Well, no, and I think that, so I was up, we're going to talk about Beacon Hills. The parkway details and everything, they were kind of yellowish going up, but I looked at the park and I go, the park actually looked okay. Does that make sense? I thought, okay, the park looks usable. There wasn't a lot of dry spots. I was going, okay. And I think that's what you're bringing up. There's probably areas where the public are really using it, and we got to make sure. I thought what Ernie said tonight, where hey, you got to be putting cleats, or you could be out there playing soccer, things. But where I see the issues is a lot of our parkway detail. It's a lot of dry areas. Now, however you say Apple Blossom, there are areas, Viewpoint has some open space areas. There are wide that do have some really pretty good dry areas. Mm-hmm. Councilmember Bills, you do have behind your house. However, when we were up there last week, it was on. The water was there, getting it. We were looking at it. I'm hoping they're addressing some of those areas. So.
No, it's looking better, and I was really glad I was not paying a $20 a month open space fee.
She kind of said, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's move on to our next item. This is Highland Boulevard. We have some information about the Highland Boulevard roundabout, the timing, and some things that way.
Yeah, we wanted to just give the council kind of an update. We've been going through the design for Highland Boulevard for the roundabout, and the completion of Highland Boulevard. So I've kind of thrown out here just an overall lengthwise drawing that we have that shows the median, the curb and gutter, sidewalk, trail on the because we are still concerned that there are going to be times where vehicles might lose their brakes. We don't want this to be a big thing that people are going to drive through, smash up, get airborne, and possibly do even more damage. That inner ring is that is a 6-inch curb wall, so there is still a curb wall there, and I think they're planning on some landscape inside of that, but most of it's going to be mountable. So hopefully, if you get larger vehicles, a semi-truck too, hopefully they're not all the ones coming down just from Draper. But if they cannot make that tight of a turn, it does allow them to drive over the mountable curb.
This is a single lane roundabout. We are buying land for a potential future 2-lane roundabout. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct.
That's what we
Well,
discussed.
believe, I want it to be correct.
Yeah.
And we also had them dedicate property north at the other intersection. So they'll be dedicating more property for a future roundabout that won't be built at this time.
Good.
So I would think, in the discussion of this roundabout, and I've had, a citizen or two say, why aren't you just putting in a light? And we talked a lot of that. But I think the roundabout, personally, is going to do a lot to eliminate some of this truck traffic. Because it becomes a little bit of a choke point. And I think maybe, we need to work with Draper and not have them send all their big trucks down through on Highland, then we have to pay for it. So I don't know. I like the roundabout idea. I like the one up in Alpine. I like some of the other ones. I drive over in Lehigh. There's a roundabout by Sky Ridge. Mm-hmm. I drive that all the time, and I think that helps with the high school traffic there a lot. So I think there's some, and this may not work out, but you can take a roundabout out at some point if you had to. But I think it's the best way to go. I just think, because we've got traffic problems there, and hopefully this just works out well. And you're talking about a second roundabout up farther north? Okay.
So tell us about it. If we've had a couple trucks on this highway lose their brakes. So tell us about how, naturally if there's a light, they'll just run through the light if they lose their brakes. How does this function with a truck coming down from Suncrest? They have lost their brakes. How will this function?
It's a
speed bump.
It kind of is. You've got the island in the middle. You've got the curb and gutter on the side. My concern is they'll probably end up going up onto the curb and gutter and going through the parkway, through the landscaped. I know there had been some
discussion about a runway.
Discussion about a runway. I think the cost was $7 million for something like that. That was very expensive. I think if there was a light there and someone's coming down without brakes, he's going through that light. Just there's no. I don't think there's a whole lot they can do about it, right?
If Draper keeps sending their trucks our way, they pay for the truck.
Well, but you have to get that. So that's some of the things. So with MAG, we have a hawk lane for pedestrians crossing. Mm-hmm. I was surprised that was one that was approved that they used some of the MAG money for. And to be honest, I don't remember going and asking about. I know we're getting some grant on our thing, but we haven't really looked at some things. That might be something we need to look at. Looking at Mountain Land Association of Government, and I know we kind of inquired a little bit. But if we are having this runaway and it's a safety issue, that is something that we might be able to get some MAG funding or another grant. Because this is a concern. If we've already had some that have crashed, it will happen again.
Yeah.
And in the heat, the brakes go out. Here's what's interesting. I know of another community, they put some speed bumps up, some of the things to try to slow. It actually is causing more accidents because they're slowing down and their brakes are burning out because they're slowing down for each of these bumps coming off the hills. And so we have to be really careful. This is an area where we're going to have a hawk crossing here down there for kids. We got an elementary school here. This is going to be it's a dangerous intersection. We've already had an accident there, unfortunately, that has had severe consequences.
This $1 million is through MAG.
This $1 million. So it's $3 million to do this. D.R. Horton's doing $1 million. Lehigh City's doing $1 million, and then we're contributing $1 million, and we're working with David Stewart to get a grant I don't know if, is it coming through MAG?
It is
It
through
is.
MAG.
So we haven't. we have
It's
to-
not part of the TIP funding, it's a different.
It's outside the TIP fund.
So
Just a clarification, this hasn't gone to bid yet, so we're assuming the costs are going to be about that at this point, but we don't actually have
Don't know.
the actuals yet.
So I want to get Chris's opinion on this. With this roundabout, I mean, D.R. Horton on the Lehigh side up there is putting in a lot of high density. Would this roundabout change traffic patterns on Highland Boulevard going south? I guess I would like to redirect some of that high density towards Lehigh Center Street or Main Street, which is at Center Street that comes up there that they built, you know, rather than have it all come down Highland Boulevard. I think the roundabout maybe will encourage people to go somewhere else. I don't know.
I think
Yeah.
it might. You know, I think the one downside you have to roundabouts is that they don't always work when you get a unbalanced flow of traffic. So it may slow them down, and it may encourage them
think
to
it
go
would slow
further
things
west.
down. Well, we'll know.
Scott, I anticipate, that Inverness, am I saying that development right?
Inverness.
Yeah, they have 2,100 homes, but 600, I think, will be right in this area that is up in this corner by Highland. I would assume it would be faster for them to come to this roundabout. Hopefully the other,
I'm just hoping the roundabout would encourage them to go west.
they have to, but the road, they'd have to go up over behind Mike or Texas Instruments. I don't know, it'll be interesting to see how that functions.
Right.
When we are putting together information to bid this out, with regard to the hot crossing you mentioned, I'm concerned that the hot crossing is not going to be used, and that we'll have pedestrians in that intersection. And I'm wondering if we put some landscaping right around the outside of that mountable, just the inside of the mountable curb, that still would allow a car to come through, but that may be enough to prevent mostly school kids, I'm thinking about, from deciding that that's a shortcut across.
You're saying make sure there's landscape in the middle of the roundabout.
Not in the middle of the roundabout, just on the inside of the mountable curb. We're already talking about putting it on the
kind of the
inside.
outer ring.
Yeah, put an outer ring of whatever, small boxwoods or something that isn't going to stop a car if it's out of control.
Yeah,
Some
how-
grasses or
That's,
something.
what you're saying, Doug, is you think where the green line, the kids are to cross there.
I think that they're going to use the roundabout
Okay.
as a stopping point. Cross one lane of traffic, stand on the roundabout, and cross the other lane of traffic.
We had lots of roundabouts in Maryland when I lived in Maryland, and I've never seen that problem, to be honest with you. So
I hope
I
not.
just haven't.
I know Eagle Mountain has several roundabouts, and they're usually pretty good about making sure when they cross where they're supposed to. But I also know they don't like to push the button for the trail crossings as it is.
So you brought up Eagle Mountain. Why did they take out their big roundabout down by where that Macy's was at? Why did Eagle Mountain take that roundabout out?
Because the traffic studies that they had as all of that, is it Fieldstone development to the south, it just couldn't support it, even with a 2-lane roundabout.
It was getting too busy.
It was getting too busy. And
I mean, if you get over to Europe, there's some that have some, 3-4 lane roundabouts. You get in,
And I think-
you just don't know how to get out.
and they would have just needed twice as much space for that intersection to accommodate something like that. I do think a lot of times 2-lane roundabouts can be much more difficult to maneuver, especially when you have to cross lanes to get to where you need to go to get your right exit. So,
Have we, Chuck, you keep bringing up traffic studies. Have we studied what our the car count is here with what's going to be working through the roundabout, and we're meeting within their standards of what we're designing, correct?
yes, yep.
Okay. Other questions about the roundabout there in Highland Boulevard?
We actually met with D.R. Horton just earlier today. We're trying to get them moving forward and getting all of their plans approved. We had some questions that had nothing to do with the roundabout, really. But I know that they're anxious to get approvals so that they can get some costs from their contractor and actually start getting some improvements made.
Okay. And then we will see a park, we'll see in the median going up by Suncrest, we will have a median in the middle, which will hopefully calm some traffic down going up. And then there'll be parkway detail on the side of the DR Hort. Now, council, we are seeing that there's a Highland sign that is on, because we have a parkway detail, they have placed a Highland sign right as you come in. And so there could be an assumption that some will believe that development on the west side is Highland. Is that?
It's on that same side.
Yeah. Is there any feelings on that?
Well, I don't think they should do that because that's false advertisement.
Is it our parkway detail or is it their parkway detail?
It's our parkway detail, and we actually kind of requested it as staff because we thought it would be a nice monument entry to Highland. But the problem is you have to put it on the DR Horton side of Highland Boulevard. So we can have them take it out if the council is opposed to it.
Council, just so you're, I don't know, is it already in right now?
But we own the parkway.
It's in the
detail.
plans.
We do. We own
do.
the parkway detail. Oh, believe me, Ron, this is, what was it, 3 or 4 years ago? If you had been here at a meeting in July, you would have had some fun.
Well, but the interesting thing is property values, I think, are higher in Highland as a whole. And I mean, of course they would like it.
Would you like to have an arrow that says Highland and we have an arrow this way?
This is Highland over here.
But I'm just, they don't have to sign in. It is planned as this road comes in. Is it just something that I mean, as you see that will be a thought process, just as FYI. So.
I think that's a future discussion.
Okay, let's go ahead. Let's now move on to our next thing. We have a potential change order to the sewer lining project, Chris.
Yeah, so thank you.
Is it less?
Thank you for being here. Oh, you're not taking off. He's just stepping off. Sorry. You're welcome to come back. Okay.
So we, a couple of council meetings ago, we approved phase 2 of our sewer lining project. We finished out phase 1, and a couple of things happened with phase 1. One of the items that we had on there was to install top hats for the laterals. We ended up not using any of the top hats, and so part of that budget we had almost $55,000 that were just for top hats in case they were needed. And then typically we also would add a 10% contingency. They agreed with all of the numbers that we had as far as the lengths go, so there was no contingency used on this project. So the base bid we had for phase 1, $227,000, we awarded $249,850, but we only spent $172,416. So we actually came in, based on what the council approved, with $77,000 still kind of on the table. We think that it's very likely that with phase 2, we probably won't use all of the contingency or all of the top hats. So the thought that we had is that was money that was approved. What if we were to look at adding around $80,000 to $100,000 worth of additional sewer lining to phase 2, do a budget adjustment to bring the money that was basically already approved by council from last fiscal year into this fiscal year, and just get more of the work done while we have these good costs. We did get 4 years worth of costs from in situ form, but I'd rather, spend the money now when we know what the actual costs are than have to face a potential increase in costs in year 4. And years 1, 2, and 3, we were right around the target of $250,000 for completion, but year 4 jumped up to $350,000. So if we can reduce that by $100,000 with money that we kind of didn't spend this last budget year, I think that just makes a lot of financial sense. And we wanted to kind of get the council's thought on that.
I like it.
What
I mean,
drives
it
the-
literally saves us next year. We're going to have less money, so.
What drives the decision on whether or not we're using the top hats?
The condition of the laterals and their connection points on the sewer main.
Okay, so if they're just not, if they're degraded, then we have to put that into, okay.
Absolutely.
So when we do I think this is a good idea. When we do the sewer lining, how many years does it add to the life of those pipes, do you think, if you had to make an estimate? 30 years, 20 years?
20 years is probably the number that I'd give you.
So it sounds like the council would be favorable moving forward, using some of the funds to continue on some other projects.
Yeah, I think we'd want to bring that back as a change order to expand the scope of Phase 2.
Okay.
Even though part of it was kind of already approved under Phase
But
1.
just
So
to do
we'll
more.
plan on doing that at the next council meeting.
Sounds good. We'll now move on to 7D, which is community development update. That would be you, Rob.
Just giving you a heads up of some things coming to the Planning Commission. It's going to be a busy Planning Commission meeting, planning commissioners. We have PO zone amendments that I drafted. They've been posted for about a month now. Haven't had a lot of comments, so I'm hoping that things are in a decent enough shape. We also have that PO zone daycare development agreement coming through. And then we have site plan and architectural building approval for the vet clinic near Lone Peak High School. So Planning Commission will review all those, and then the council will see them all in August. So just
The vet clinic that they've already put in the utilities.
Yep, they had to put the utilities in through the UDOT road.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
On the PO changes, 1-story or 2-story?
1 story on the east side.
Okay.
Okay.
Good.
On the west.
East. What?
The east side, west side. The third building on the east is on the east side.
Yeah, it's the east side, the one near the residences.
It's building number 3.
Yep. So kept that a restriction.
Since we're talking about that real quick, and we've talked about median strips, are we ever going to have Patterson's do the median strips down there on the south end of Highland Boulevard? Because I get lots of complaints.
Actually, it's going to be in the daycare development agreement. One of the things they're going to need to do is landscape that southernmost median, and then Patterson knows that the one above it that kind of goes up to the church, they're not going to get a certificate of occupancy on that little flat building until they put that landscaping in. So
Brock, I don't know if this is down there by your storage units where they have not finished in the landscaping, and this will be a new.
They've never done the median.
I just thought if you didn't know what we're talking about in the
So
city.
within the next year or so, those medians should all be done.
That's good. It's only 25 years into it.
So that will be on Highland Boulevard. That will be. Okay, we're going to go. We have election update. Stephanie.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. We're just going to review just a couple of things really quick. If we're really fast, I win the prize. We have 2 minutes, so I'm just going to be really fast. Meet the Candidates Night is this Thursday night from 6 to 8. We encourage you to, if you'd like to be here, I will make sure that I posted a notice of quorum for you all to be here. But that's our next kind of thing. Ballots will go out starting July 22nd, and so watch for those in the mail. We will be hosting a vote center here at Highland City Hall from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Election Day, which is August 12th. For those of you who are running for office, your first campaign finance statement is due on August 5th at 5 p.m. So just remember that date. I will be sending you a reminder email with the necessary forms.
So will the ballots for some people be in the mail when they pick up their mail on Tuesday, the 22nd? That's a week from today.
They should start going out on the 22nd, is what I said.
I mean, they'll mail them from the county on the 22nd, so they might see them on the 23rd.
Yep.
So they're mailed on the 22nd.
They can be mailed out anytime. I think it's like the 22nd through the next.
So they're not going to mail any till the 22nd.
That is correct.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So they're not going to be in the mail on the 22nd. That's kind of good to know.
And then our pickup box out here, our ballot drop-off box will start being open as of the 20.
I am not 100% sure, so I don't want to answer that yet, but I can find out when they'll open that.
Okay.
So can I ask one more question?
Absolutely.
I've had some of the other candidates ask me this, and I don't know the answer. So there's a circumference on voting and stuff where you can't put your sign within that thing. How about for Meet the Candidate Night? Can you put your signs in front of the city building for that?
So we discussed this earlier today, and we're going to say no.
And what's that based on?
Just because, as we discussed this earlier, I don't want to give the impression that we can put signs out in front of this building because under normal circumstances you cannot.
But they can have them at their booth and in front of their booth.
Yes, we will have them in front of your, you can decorate your tables however you want. You can have your signs in here, but just not in front of the building.
And I believe the authority for that is that our sign ordinance says that you cannot put them on public land.
And that is true as well.
Yeah, I totally agree with that decision, by the way.
You
It's
can't
the
be
right
within 150 feet of where the like the ballot box or something like that. Is that?
So for signs, yes, but for all signs, all political signs, they can't be on public property. That's what the code
But for,
says.
and you probably went through that, the candidates. Other things, any of the candidates, Thursday night, 6 p.m.
Thursday, 6 p.m.
Now, we understand we'll have this, are they going to be just, they are visually, is the city going to be out in the hall and they're going to have the school district in here, or how's that going?
We're still working on that.
Okay.
But it will be lovely.
Because we also have our school district candidates that will also be here to meet the candidates, so hopefully we can kind of, everyone will be pushing that to get people to come.
Yeah.
Given that we have several candidates here this evening, if there's anybody who has questions about what Stephanie is, would be folks be okay with coming up and asking so we can just get?
It would be general.
I'm willing to go with that, but you need to know that.
Could you come? I'm sorry.
Yeah, because you're making.
Otherwise, we can't hear it on the.
So the night of the Republican convention, it was Sky Ridge High, which is public property. Dozens of signs were out there, and then we lifted them as we exited the building. So they weren't left. They were up for about
Hours.
Hours, actually. And it was actually an advertisement of, oh, this is where it's at. So it's actually kind of a good advertisement that surrounding people would go, oh, that's right, that's tonight. I'll go with what you say. I just think that we're a little tight on that. So
yeah, and I think there'll be somewhat for Rob. Sky Ridge is not a voting area because we have a ballot box and things. I don't know if that's the concern there, but
I don't think that should be an issue for the candidate night because that's only when ballots are being accepted.
That is correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. But,
It's
you know, at
still
some
public.
point, just as a candidate in different things, and I'm wearing my other hat, I think sometimes we may, and sometime in the future, we may want to look at all of the little rules we've come up, because I think it gets so complicated, it's really hard to run a candidacy. And so the question is, I think it discourages a lot of people from running. I mean, you can't put signs here, you can't do this, you can't do this, you got to have this, you got to have that. I think it's a discouragement to people because I'll tell you, this is not a high-paying job, and it's a lot of, free time and stuff. So at some point, I think in the future, the council, who is ever on the council, ought to maybe discuss, are we making too many rules and regulations?
and it might be something you do with as the new council gets in. They discuss that. I know that's come up. Okay, we'll now move on to our next item, which is item number 7F, which is the Highland Fling update. That is myself. We just want to give everyone an update. We've been meeting with our community development, our community events. We felt things have been going well. We have, and Ron, you can kind of help fill in, but on we are one of the things most of you, I don't know if you got in your email, but at 4 p.m. this Thursday, we are going to be having a meeting with all of those, if it be those over the parade, the Arts Council, the Historical Society, bringing them in. We're 2 weeks out just to make sure that they're on the page if they have questions. We've been meeting at 3 p.m. with Christina, myself, and Ron. We've had some staff in there to try to just make sure logistically we're talking about things. I'll tell you, I'm excited about the fling. On Thursday night, we will have the car show. That same night, I believe, is also going to be the firemen are going to be doing their dinner. We also will have Scottish dancers on Thursday. And so Thursday will be pretty busy over at the Heritage Park. Are there other things? I forgot to bring my little paper.
Well, the Friday and Saturday, the mermaids.
Yeah, so Friday, no, I'm just, on Thursday. Anything else on Thursday?
Oh, no. You don't, not
Okay,
that more.
as we go into Friday, we are going to be having some mermaids here. They're having a movie in the park that night. But we will have mermaids that will be here doing shows, and they will be going down, and the kids can come and meet the mermaids and all that. So if you're a grandparent or you're a parent that you thought that kids might like that, you might want to come out. We will be showing the Little Mermaid as the show. Now, when do we have the Hawaiian dancers? Is that night on Friday?
I don't remember.
Is it the Hawaiian dancers?
There's Celtic dancers Thursday.
So the Hawaiian will be, is it Seha Luau?
Luau, without food.
without food. I know. Anyway,
I'm not sure.
Friday's busy. I mean, but we have the crafts will be open. The stage will be set up by the pavilion, so we felt like that the people could be there. It'll be a little more underneath the trees. They're going to be having the food vendors and that probably closer to the pavilion, so you can go get food and sit down in that pavilion area. As we head into Saturday, of course, we have our parade starting at 9 a.m. And as we go through that day, we'll possibly have the Little Mermaids coming back. We have a pretty good band that will be coming in. Ron, give us your pitch on the band.
It's Vision. They do a lot of, it's a legacy band that does Cars and very popular music that I believe that most people in Highland will enjoy.
The blow-ups are free, so we have a great band coming. The band is going to need to be setting up at 2 p.m., so the stage will kind of go a little quiet, but we are going to be having a hypnotist, I think a magician. I mean, they are going to be having other things for the kids to be going on. There was a question about if we're doing a pickleball tournament. Yes, we are. The Frisbee golf tournament will be going on, so there'll be different things going. But be aware, it's now focused on 3 days. It's not the whole week. It's 3 days. Your big meal will be your fireman cooking. What are you guys giving us for food? We're a little hungry. What are you guys going to serve us?
Hamburgers and hot dogs.
And how much is it going to cost?
Barbecue.
How
I
much?
don't know the answer to that one. A lot.
There will be fireworks, and we will not announce that there's no fireworks before the fireworks.
Yeah, so there is fireworks on that night. Now, because of the school district's new policy, we will be lighting those off there from the baseball diamonds. Right. So just FYI, the fireworks, we usually get grade 3 fireworks. These will be grade 2, might not know any difference. It's just we can't go as big as where we're lighting them off from.
So we can't do the big aerials?
We are going to be, they are big. They're not just going to be those huge ones that go explode.
It's a level 2.
It's a level 2, then level 3. But a lot of the fireworks we've been doing have been level 2. I mean, you might have some 3s mixed in, but a lot of them will be just level 2s. Yeah. Still be a great
So
show.
we're just not going to pass out sparklers to the people?
If they want, but but that will be around off the baseball field that we'll be doing that.
So,
okay.
So how... Level 2, I don't understand what level 2 is.
We don't know either. I guess I got to go find out.
It
we
has
can't
to
buy
do with
them.
how big they are and how high they go in the sky.
High and width.
There's a level 1, there's a level, which is what you buy in these. That's all level 1.
We buy level 1s.
Level 2 are cities, but usually smaller cities, and level 3 is Washington D.C. and the Potomac River. I've seen level 3s that are phenomenal.
So you may buy level 1s. They won't let me anymore.
So we can't do level 3 because
we
of
can't
the location.
shoot fireworks over my place.
Okay, now here's the big question, council. How are we've been offered in the parade, we could do golf carts.
Yes.
We could do, Lane Downs has offered his classic cars to be able to ride in. But I'm just saying, what is the thought?
And before we are making a decision on that, let me apologize. I've been meaning to catch you about this because we had discussed this in the past, that if, regardless of what we're writing, we cannot do like circles and intersections and things like that, because we have told in the past, and we'll be telling again other entries, that they're not allowed to do that.
So let me ask you this, Doug.
That you're allowed to go single file with vehicles down the middle of the road.
Can we stop and do a dance?
I don't dance.
We could stop and do a dance?
I will dance.
I will dance. Nope. It's short 15-second dance. Could you just stand there while we dance?
You may not stop, get off of a vehicle and do a dance. If you are going to do a dance, you have to be off of a vehicle before you stop. The entire route. You have to be on. You cannot go from on a vehicle to off of a vehicle. That is absolutely not allowed.
So we can't.
That is a safety. Yes.
That's pretty standard.
Now, if we do a golf cart, you're going to have to. If you're throwing candy, you're going to have a driver so you can then throw the candy.
Yes, drivers are not allowed to throw candy.
How does a classic car work?
How does a classic car work? Would we all just be sitting at throwing candy?
In one classic car?
I don't know. Depends how big the classic car.
Let's do the classic car.
If we each have our own car.
Well, do you want each of you to have your own car? That's a lot of candy we're throwing.
No.
Do we want to try to get in one car? We could ask Lane if there's a car that is one car. I mean, I don't know if all of us could fit in.
Or 2 cars.
Or 2.
If we're all going to be in a car, then probably some of us are not throwing candy. Because you really need to be on the outside of the car in order to throw candy. I'm not saying that's a deal breaker or a prohibitive thing, but just understand that if we're all in a car, then anybody sitting in the middle is not throwing candy.
I would think it would have to be a
Can we get
convertible.
Can we get golf carts for each one of us?
Yes.
Oh yeah, I like that. Can we put a sign for each one of us?
Okay, that's a question, and we can do this a little bit offline.
That's what they did at Huntsville.
Okay, if we do a golf cart, you each could design your own golf cart how you'd like with your.
We can decorate it.
Decorate it, and then you can have your. Well, the question is the candy. That means each one of us will have a different candy thing we're throwing. Do we want to do golf carts? Do you want to do a car? Chief, what do you have forest fire-wise?
I have a brand new fire truck.
Well, they'll be here.
It's here.
Hold it. You're talking the big ladder trucks here?
Yeah.
It doesn't have a bucket at the end, though, does it?
No bucket. It's 13'8". I'm a little concerned. In fact, I think they're going to try to run it down 6,000 and 10,400 tomorrow. I think your lines
Can
are
I
going to
drive?
be about a foot negative.
Now, hold it. We bought a vehicle. We can't take it down the roads. Now, what's your concern?
Not with people on top of it.
Now, hold it. Why can you race down the road on a fire and have it, but you can't have people
Because
on
we don't
top
have
going
people
slow?
sitting on top of the ladder.
But you're going slow.
Slow, fast, power lines are not good for people.
Oh, you're talking the
He's saying that it's okay as long as we're lying flat on top of the.
Yeah, if you guys want to lay on top of the ladder, like down in the ladder,
How tall is it?
I just hope we find out we can't go down.
13'8".
13'8".
I hope we don't find out we can't take it down those roads.
We can. The truck will fit underneath it. The old one was 13'2", but you guys were sitting way down below the ladder height.
Yeah, we were.
So you don't want to see us be electrified.
No.
Depends on the day, right? Depends on the day.
Okay. So let's go back, Council. I know we're spending. How would you like to travel in the parade?
I like a portable classic car, but I'll go with the majority.
I don't care.
I like the golf cart. Decorate.
I can argue both. If we do a golf cart, I'm a little bit worried we'd probably have 2 per golf cart and 3 carts because one would have to drive and can't throw candy.
You could get one. Like I could have my wife or my daughter drive, and I'd be off on the cart.
Oh,
Or
I
we-
see.
Yeah,
or we
I was
could-
gonna have
or
Briggs
If you
drive.
want, I can check with Lane and see how big his cars how many. he
Yeah,
could fit
let's
in.
decide this after we have more information.
Okay.
If it's a big convertible that holds 6, that's kind of appealing.
Or even if it's 2 convertibles, we can break that.
Yeah,
up.
2 convertibles would be fun.
I don't really care what it is as long as we're not walking.
Is everyone-
I have a strong opinion against city council walking because I do not trust the city council to continue walking during the parade and not just stop and hold everything up.
Could we
It's
get out of the car and
100%,
dance?
yeah.
We could dance in the car. Okay, we will then come back. This is our last council meeting, so we're going to need to communicate on this before we have I guess, do we have one? No, we don't have one before the fling, do we?
No.
This is it.
No, we have one right before. No,
we
no, we
don't.
don't.
We don't have this,
The
our last
fling is
meeting.
kind of early this year because of where the Saturday hits.
We also will have a booth, like we've done in the years past. We will have a council booth there at the fling, and we'll try to set up a time where everyone can kind of say, hey, can I staff here? We are going to have free inflatables there also, and the inflatables look pretty good, didn't they?
they do. They're pretty impressive.
I was impressed.
I'm going.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wondered if we could have a sign by the council booth that says "Complaints are us," because that's what we hear a lot of.
Complaint department, you can have a great big sign.
Right up here. Okay, sorry, Aaron, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're good. I'm going to pass down the advertisement in the mailer. There's a copy of it for you to look and see. The mailer that's going to be going out. I think it will hit mailboxes. We're hoping by Monday, maybe Tuesday, but it's going out. So it's a smaller version, but just to give you a sample.
Did they fix
So,
the
fix it.
pickleball? Because there's no signups or it wasn't on the schedule.
She's working on that as we speak. So I'm pretty sure Christina's actually back in her office or her desk right now. So I know there were a few things that the signups weren't on, but we were getting it all done so that at least by Monday, right? But hopefully today. Some, but we are needing more actually. And she's preparing an email that she's going to be sending to you all saying, I need more volunteers. Can you please send this information out to your networks? And that would be appreciated.
Sheets, right?
I can't read it. Okay, with that, is there anything else we need to discuss before we have a motion to go to closed session?
Hey, can I ask one quick question to Rob? Hey, Rob, this is something you can answer me via email, but this fence situation's kind of bugging me. If we decide that we want to have the same fence regulations for like those small pieces of open space, we're not committed to letting this fence remain indefinitely, are we?
Sorry. If we're allowing the fence to stay, my plan was to have them get a fence permit, and the condition of it would be if a trail goes in, you have to.
Okay, so
fix
you'll
the
have them
fence.
come back in and get a permit.
I will still have them get a permit.
But if it's
Gotcha.
a new owner, it's going to be hard to enforce, won't it?
Yes, but ideally they'd have to get a fence permit, and then we can always have the fight later saying, yes, we know you had a fence, but it was essentially, this
Condition.
was allowed, this is not allowed now.
Okay.
So let's just add one more question. I know we got to go to the executive session, but this fence permit, it's a developer that's getting the fence permit, but it actually covers several lots. Is the fence permit for each lot, or do they just have one fee?
This is just one lot, actually, on the
Oh, it's just
east
one
side.
lot. Okay, that's right. I'm sorry.
Okay.
No, you're good.
That's kind of, guys, look at your calendars here, just to kind of, with your calendars that are going on. We do have planning commission next week, but the Canada open house, I think we've already discussed that. So with that, I'll entertain a motion to go to closed session.
I move that City Council recess the regular City Council meeting to convene in a closed meeting in the executive conference room to discuss pending or reasonable imminent litigation and the purchase, exchange, or lease of real property as provided by Utah Code annotated 52-4-205.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Ron, second by Kim. Do we need a voice roll call for this? Okay, we'll start down here with your Brittany. We need a voice roll call.
Yes.
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 Yes.